If there are any scouts here in the audience here for a badge, if you'd come see me at the end of the dais, thank you.
Okay, board members, please come to the table. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. We don't usually start late. I apologize for this. This June 9, 2016 regular meeting number 21 of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by the Annandale High School Guitar and Cat B Combined Ensemble under the direction of Russell Keat. Wow, thank you so much. That was just beautiful. Thank you. Item 2.02, certification of closed meeting compliance. In order to comply with Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia, it's necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on June 9, 2016, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mrs. Strauss, seconded by Ms. Schultz. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 2.03, announcements. Just a few announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. You may access tonight's agenda and related meeting documents by going to the FCPS website, select School Board, and then upcoming meetings and agendas. The meeting is also being streamed live on the FCPS website homepage. Click on Watch School Board Live. And for those of you watching tonight, will be a little bit different than usual. Apparently, we're having some challenges with the cameras. So the camera angle will be apparently the full table, and we'll be able to actually show individual citizen speakers. But sometimes, I've been told, usually individual board members are shown when we're speaking, but tonight that will be a little bit different because of technical challenges in the truck. But we're good. Just be a little different. Please turn off or silence your cell phone. Thank you. Item 2.04, we have a resolution honoring the 2016 Laura Ashley Piper Scholarship Award recipient. I call on Mrs. Schultz.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of stuff at my table tonight. So first of all, I would like to go ahead and invite Tessa to come to the podium while I talk about you a little bit. So first, before I read the resolution, I just wanted to say that I've never had a resolution given to me as a board member that I rewrote. Didn't I? I'm telling my school board office staff that I rewrote it. So first, I'm going to read your resolution as I wrote it. I would like to say for this resolution honoring the 2016 Laura Ashley Piper Scholarship Award recipient, Tessa Beschert, whereas Tessa Beschert has, throughout her years at Fairfax High School, demonstrated consistent commitment to excellence in academics, athletics, and student leadership responsibilities as evidenced by maintaining a high cumulative grade point average, participating in varsity field hockey, lacrosse, and indoor track, and serving as class president, student government council senator, and student body president. And whereas Tessa's determination in the face of adversity reveals a model of perseverance in pursuing goals and dreams with a balance of tenacity and patience. Whereas Tessa's desire to be engaged in service to others is evident in her extensive and enthusiastic contributions to her peers and school community, earning her the faith and trust of students and administrators alike. And whereas Tessa's dedication while serving on the National Charity League, the City of Fairfax 4th of July Committee, and as a member of the Indian Student Association benefited the extended community around her, including through enhancing municipal service, those who are disadvantaged, have special needs, and the military. And whereas Tessa's extraordinary athletic abilities have earned her the Athletic Honor Roll Award, as well as the Triathlete Award and the Coaches Award for Track, and whereas, and this is when it gets good, all the other stuff was good, but this is really good. Tessa has demonstrated her determination, strong spirit, and great potential for continued academic success by maintaining a 4.2 grade point average despite experiencing a serious head injury and concussion in her junior year that forced her to miss 4 months of school and drop 4 advanced placement AP classes by resuming a rigorous academic schedule with 6 AP courses in her senior year, by her membership in both the National Honor Society and the French Honor Society, and by her ability to balance a demanding schedule while maintaining leadership positions and involvement in school and community activities, showing that she personifies the characteristics and ideals to which Lieutenant Laura Ashley Piper adhered. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board awards the Laura Ashley Piper Scholarship to Tessa Beschert in memory of Lieutenant Piper and in recognition of each woman's drive, determination, and dedication to excellence. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Ms. Corbett Sanders.
Okay. All in favor?
All in favor?
That better be unanimous. Can we have a round of congratulations? And we're going to come up for some pictures first, but I just wanted to say that there are nominations that happen for this award, and I'm pleased not only that this is, I think, 3 years running from the Springfield District, so I'm sort of having a good run of it, but when I read what Tessa's teachers, administrators wrote about her, it was so compelling to hear about her perseverance in the face of adversity and the difficulties that she faced academically. And you could have folded, you could have not had the grit, you could have blamed, your condition. I was so moved by how others spoke about you that I had to incorporate some of that in the resolution. So if we could step to the, oh yes, of course, Ms. Corbett Sanders, of course you can.
I had the pleasure of sitting on the evaluation committee, and there were so many very talented and capable students who applied for this scholarship, but yours did stick out above all others. And it was actually funny because we didn't have to spend nearly as much time tussling over advocating for one student or another, but more just talking in admiration about all the great things that you had done. And I just want you to know that we just wish you the very best as you go off to school, and know that you have cheerleaders here for you.
I'm going to invite my board members to come to the front and take a picture with her. And oh, by the way, this comes with money, so that's the beautiful thing.
Family members and friends, please come join us as well.
Because I enjoyed the phone call to you.
Okay, great. Looking right here for 2. 1 and okay. Thank you so much.
We have the pleasure of a few more recognitions and celebrations tonight. So next is item 2.05, recognition of the 2016 School Board Character Award recipient. I call on Ms. Evans for the recognition.
And I would ask that Abigail Conde come to the podium for your recognition. Thank you, Abby. This is an absolute delight for me to present this award. I got to know Abby last summer, and I just couldn't be more thrilled to present this award to such a remarkable young woman. I also want to thank Stewart Principal Penny Gross for being here today, numerous members of the Stewart High School staff, including her nominators, and many, many friends here as well. So thank you for joining us here tonight. The School Board Character Award was initiated by former student representative to the school board, Chris Giavarelli, and established by the Student Advisory Council in 2001. The Apple Federal Credit Union Education Foundation has generously funded the $500 award since 2007. The award is given to a junior or senior who demonstrates a continuous record of high morals, strong integrity, and good character, and who is recognized as a role model for students in Fairfax County Public Schools in day-to-day behavior. The recipient of the 2016 School Board Character Award is Abigail Conde, a senior at Stewart High School. Abby embodies all of the traits showcased by this award and demonstrates them daily through her words and actions. She is a positive role model for her peers, leading with integrity and honesty. Abby is sincerely interested in others. With her heartfelt and upbeat attitude, she easily establishes a rapport and builds lasting friendships, and is known for putting others' needs ahead of her own. As one of her nominators said, she is simply filled with goodness and kindness. Abby is an accomplished student who has maintained perfect school attendance and an excellent academic record. Inducted into the National Honor Society as a sophomore, she has served in an officer role as a junior and senior while also volunteering and tutoring within the community. The path to these accomplishments has not been easy. Abby's family has faced multiple challenges that required her to accept responsibilities far beyond her years. Through her maturity, common sense, and compassion, Abby has been a stalwart supporter to her mother and brother in difficult times. In addition to her school and home commitments, Abby is actively involved in the community. She is currently serving as the Skills USA Virginia's Region 1 Vice President. Through her affiliation with Skills USA, she has been an advocate for career and technical education, including speaking on Capitol Hill. In her church, Abby is one of the top youth leaders and an active participant in multiple ministries for children and youth. She is a co-founder of CALM, a student partnership advocating for changing the high school name, and a recipient of the NAACP President's Award in recognition of her efforts. For Abby, a challenge becomes an obstacle only if you let it, and she refuses to be defeated. She faces and conquers each challenge with determination, an exceptional work ethic, and honesty and sincerity in every action. According to one nominator, even when things are not going her way, she is able to see the good in everyone and in every situation. Her high morals, strong integrity, and resilience epitomize the character traits we want to see in all of our students. Abby has earned and truly deserves the School Board Character Award. At this time, I would like to invite Abby's family and friends to the dais for a picture with the board. I would ask everyone to give Abby a rousing round of
Okay, Mr. Sangstack from Apple Federal Credit Union, are you here? If you would stand, if you are. Mr. Sangstack? No, I'm sorry. Well, we wanted to be sure to thank Apple Federal Credit Union for that lovely gift to our recipient, and I thought he might be in the audience tonight. I was just checking, but we will thank him in absentia for that. So, all right, item 2.06, recognition of the 2016 Distinguished SRO Award, and we have some SROs here tonight joining us for this. I call on Ms. Palchik for the recognition.
Thank you. We have incredible students. We also have incredible staff here at Fairfax County and partnerships. So the Fairfax County Public Schools and the Fairfax County and Fairfax City Police Departments have established a mutually beneficial relationship for more than a decade. One of the hallmarks of this relationship has been the School Resource Officer, SRO program. SROs help ensure a safe and peaceful learning environment for students and provide school administrators and staff with the law enforcement resources and expertise necessary to maintain order, prevent truancy, and enforce the rules and codes of student conduct. At this time, I would like to recognize all of the Fairfax County Police Department members who are with us this evening, including Andy Werlin, Police Liaison Commander, and Sergeant William Bill Fulton of the Fairfax County Police Department, who are in the audience. Please stand. Before I continue, I walked into one of my schools earlier this year and they said, "Oh, we love our SRO. He's been part of our community for 14 years, so we really do appreciate what you do." A committee was created to establish and select the Distinguished School Resource Officer Award to annually recognize the efforts of outstanding SROs. The 2016 selection committee members were Tom Vaccarello, Director of Office of Safety and Security, Jim McLean, Security Coordinator, Office of Safety and Security, Terry Dade, Region 3 Assistant Superintendent, and Lieutenant Andy Werlin, School Liaison Commander. Four school SROs were nominated by their principals. These nominees are stellar examples of the outstanding officers working in our schools. They should be very proud of their nomination. On behalf of the school board, I would like to congratulate you on your nomination. When I call your name, please stand. First nominee, Police Officer First Class Brett Monte, Madison High School. We'll make sure Mr. Press congratulates him and thanks him tomorrow. Better be at school. Second nominee, Police Officer First Class Kimberly Wright, Robinson Secondary School, middle school level. Third nominee, Police Officer First Class Brad Robo, Centerville High School. And the 2016 Distinguished School Resource Officer is Police Officer First Class Daryl Estes from Oakton High School. He unfortunately is unable to be with us this evening as he is with his family celebrating his son's graduation from Patriot High School. So we will send him a thank you. As the School Resource Officer at Oakton High School, Officer Estes consistently demonstrates superior performance in the area of school safety and security. Beyond providing for a safe school environment, Officer Estes focuses on positive daily interactions with students. Throughout the school year, Officer Estes has repeatedly worked with students to support their success. In the fall of 2015, Officer Estes helped students who had an interest in law enforcement obtain hands-on experience during a ride-along program with police officers from the Fair Oaks District. Several students have now expressed an interest in a law enforcement career because of their experience in this program. Officer Estes personifies the ideal of a police officer, one who can consistently negotiate the tricky line between protecting and serving, dealing with difficulties in a fair and personal manner. He possesses the ability to listen closely, formulate opinions, and seek solutions that fit the situation. We thank Officer Estes for his efforts in providing the school community and community at large with the reassurance that Oakton High School is a safe school where learning is the primary focus. Thank you for your service to FCPS Officer Darrell Estes. Receiving the award on behalf of Officer Estes is Sergeant Bill Fulton. Would Sergeant Fulton please come forward and accept the award? And would the nominees also join us at the dais for a picture with the board?
All right, our next recognition. I see some people in the front row who've been waiting for this one. We have item 2.07, Lanier Middle School NSBA, National School Boards Association Award winners. I call on Mr. Moon for the recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is quite exciting because, as you recall, many of us who were at the NSBA conference up in Boston personally witnessed how they competed in this particular challenge, and we are very proud of you, students. So let me read this for you. This evening, we are so proud to recognize and congratulate the 2016 National School Board Association Innovation Challenge winning team from our own Lanier Middle School. The challenge, which was held at the National School Board Association Annual Conference in Boston, is sponsored by the DLR Group SORG, who are also with us this evening. 3 middle school teams from across the country were selected to compete in the challenge, which blended project-based learning, collaboration, and teamwork to solve an assigned global issue. In our ever-changing global economy, STEM careers are some of the fastest growing and highest paying jobs available. But there is a noted shortage of women in the workforce. The teams were challenged to design a solution to increase female leadership surrounding a specific innovation within a STEM field, such that a 30% increase of young women graduating college will pursue careers in that field by 2025. You know, your students, you probably remember my question or my comment on that day about leadership on the school board. there's no shortage of a woman. It's a man who are suffering right here. Your principal is a woman. We have a superintendent who is a woman. Amongst the 12 adult school board members, 9 of them are women. So Fairfax is doing. When the team arrived in Boston, their already difficult global issue challenge became a bit more complex when this twist was added. In 2040, the World Governing Council determines population increases can no longer be supported by Earth resources. Develop a plan to begin a colony on another planet in 1 year. Our linear students had a great presentation with compelling ideas while incorporating 21st century skills. The first place winning team consisted of 4 students, Ryan Phillips, Luke Hilton, Melissa Trivet, and Angelina Joa, and 2 coaches, Faiza Elam and Sam Tennyson. Congratulations to you for your hard work and creativity and collaboration. At this time, I would like to introduce Nikki Sorg of DLR Group Sorg for the presentation of the award.
Yeah, oh, we're good. So I was going to say that I would like to say very little, and what I would like to do, if I may, is invite the talented students up to stand here, because I'm just another adult in a room, but they are the students, and I know everybody wants to hear most from them about their experiences. Plus, that's the way that you get the money, right? Thank you very much, Mr. Moon, for that introduction. It was, you took all the words out of my mouth, which is great. My name is Nikki Sorg from DLR Group Sorg. We are an integrated design firm globally and nationally. But this is probably the most fun couple of days in my job. And why do we care to do this as a firm? What it does for us as a design firm is that it allows us to observe how kids are learning now. And ultimately influences how we design in the future. It also gives board members a chance to, and administrators, a chance to access the learning process as it's changing and as it's evolving in the 21st century with changes in technology and so forth. And this, we hope, can spur conversations that drive the changes in the next generation of educational environments. So Mr. Moon mentioned the Lanier Middle School challenge statement that had to do with increasing women in STEM careers. And the thing to note about this, actually, is that these 4 excellent students, they came up with this on their own. And it was, I think it was just about unanimous almost immediately, that everybody was interested, both the male and female students, in exploring this, which I thought was truly an excellent start to their collaboration. And so I will now shut up, and I would love to prompt the students before we give you your small prizes, and just maybe hear from you, what was the biggest challenge that you faced? What was maybe the most fun that you had over your weekend in Boston? And what will you, did you learn something about yourself or your fellow students that you might take with you?
So why don't each of you state your name, and we do want to hear from each of you. State your name and tell us.
My name is Ryan Phillips, and I thought the most challenging thing was receiving the twist and having such a limited time to come up with it and then prepare the presentation with the remaining time after that. The most fun for me was exploring the exhibit hall, finding out about all the innovations in education and technology and how they connect, and what is to come. And what was the third question?
That's okay. That's the truth, so I think you're good. I think you're good.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Luke Hilton. I think the biggest challenge for me was that if we didn't win, I would never hear the end of it by my teacher and administrators. And I think the funnest thing was also the exhibit hall. It was really interesting. And we also met one of the old Lanier principals there with the U.S. Energy Department, so that was pretty interesting.
My name is Melissa, and I think the most challenging thing was coming up with an innovative solution because there have been attempts to increase the number of women in STEM, and it's important to come up with something innovative and new and exciting that would come from different perspectives like students. And the most fun thing that happened was probably meeting all the other students who competed because I still keep in contact with them today and have great conversations, and I hope I can see them again.
Good evening. My name is Angelina Jaw. The most difficult part was getting over my stage fright and communicating with all of the administrators and the people from the other teams and answering their questions after the presentation was extremely hard for me as well. One of the most fun parts was actually getting to know these people. They're really amazing students, and it was just amazing to get to know them and their unique individual personalities.
Well, thank you so much. And so one final time, I'd like to thank the students, Ryan, Luke, Melissa, and Angelina, and of course, the indomitable Fiza alum and their other chaperone, Sam Tennyson, and of course, Principal Leonard, who's been a wonderful supporter and leader of this school. So with that, I will hand over these educational gift cards that used for very specific purposes. And of course, I'd like to thank all of the school board members who came to support all of the teams. It was a great, I hope that you all also found that it was a great opportunity to see how students are surpassing anything that we all could have imagined as students and what they're doing. They made an app, for goodness sakes, right? That's right. Thank you very much to the DLR group team that's here as well.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Moon will close us, but I think Mrs. Schultz would like to say something.
I just want to say, having gone to NSBA, I want to thank organizations and private companies like DLR, SARG, because this is how the best of education happens, is the collaboration, not only the expectation that it's the taxpayers and nothing else, but it is the work within a community that incites and creates mentors and creates and builds positive public-private partnerships. And it's organizations like yours that help make us better. So thank you.
Madam Chair, before I invite all the students and their teachers and principal and parents and all the friends to the front for a picture with the board members, let me just take one more note that, those board members who were present at the time will remember this, but students were so quick in their thinking on their feet. When I asked them about why they put an age limit on their first flight, the first flight to another planet, that I was not qualified to go on the flight, too old for that, they turned around quickly and said, Mr. Moon, you can take the next flight. Thank you.
I just want to recognize Dr. Peter Noonan, Superintendent of Fairfax City Public Schools, who just joined us for the photo. Okay, thank you again, students. It was really fun to watch you do your work at the convention. Item 3.01, the next order of business is citizen participation. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries, or personal attacks on any person. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school officials. Speakers are encouraged to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. If the concern is a group concern, please consider appointing a spokesperson, and while the spokesperson is speaking, those in support may stand to show their support. Tonight, 10 citizens have signed up to address the board, and we have 2 video testimonies. So since we have a full slate of speakers, I will be rather strict about the 3-minute delay. I apologize in advance, but I may cut you off. Our first speakers are Davina and Tori Johnson, to be followed by George Becerra.
Good evening, everyone. I am Davina Johnson, and I'm a parent of a wonderful, well, actually 2 wonderful daughters here in Fairfax County. We come to you just to kind of share an experience that we've had recently in our family. It changed. I was a proud mother of a son and a daughter, and within the last year, I became a proud mother of a daughter and a daughter. And so, yeah, and so it has been a challenge, but I want to say thank you to Fairfax County for taking the brave steps to make sure that every child in our schools are safe and they want to go to school. That's very important in my household, education. We moved here specifically for the education that we deliver here in Fairfax County. As I mentioned, it hasn't been easy as a parent, but I have such a wonderful young lady now that it's been a lot easier because of things that you have made a decision, such as family life education. That was huge. That is huge, because now my child does not feel singled out, and she feels a part of the community again. As I said, it's not easy, but if we continue to focus on safety for all, and not comfort for some, then I know we can start and continue to make a huge difference in our young people. She is talented. She loves to act. She loves to sing. She loves school. She loves to read. That's what I want the focus to be. That's what I want the focus to continue to be, not only in our schools, but in our communities. It is something sometimes uncomfortable, but we must continue to be brave and do what we need to do to make sure that my child, among many others, continue to feel safe going to school. Tori? Victoria?
Hi, my name is Victoria Johnson, and I think it's kind of unfair that transgenders shouldn't be able to use bathrooms, and it may not seem like a big deal to those who aren't transgenders, but to me it is a big deal. I recently went on a field trip with my class, and I wasn't even allowed to use the female bathroom at the museum that we went to until all the girls in my class cleared the bathrooms.
Okay. She's very nervous, but thank you for this time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Good job. George Becerra, to be followed by Amanda Brewer.
Good evening, Dr. Garza and school board members. I'm here to talk about an item that
canceled out tonight's agenda, the One Fairfax resolution. Sorry that the Board of Supervisors had issues with that resolution. A little education on that. If most people thought this week the most important thing was the vote tonight or the meals tax, it wasn't. Most important topic probably in this county was the One Fairfax resolution. If people don't know what that is, that's racial and social equity public policy that's going to be passed by both boards to start the process. So sorry that the Board of Supervisors had some reluctancy after 18 months of already having that paper or resolution already started by them. With that said, more I make my comments then, a little sad about that decision. Sad about also people who I usually see here who sign up for public speaking. So that notice was on Tuesday. Most people know you have to sign up for these speaker spots on Monday at 6 a.m. I haven't seen FCCPTA, FEA, FCFT, and my regular advocate support probably the most important public policy in this county in years. So, but they have another opportunity when it comes back to this board or to both boards to sign up. Talking about then the resolution is going to be talked about on Tuesday at the joint board retreats. Okay, so you're going to have a discussion. And all that topic is the priorities. So hopefully there's a good, fruitful discussion. But I have Chairman Hines, I understand you and Chairman Boulevard work to get on the agenda. It's a good, it's a start. 2 hours to talk about priorities. I've heard this board talk about an hour on $165,000. So I don't see 22 elected officials doing any type of dent in priorities for both the county and schools. Another aspect, so pretty much a little mad since Tuesday. But what a little ray of hope there is when I saw Mr. McElveen's motion, because I thought we had this issue already beat last year in terms of civil rights. And most people don't know about this school, this is Luther Jackson Middle School. 1954, it was the first black high school in this county. Before, black high school students had to go to DC or Manassas for a high school education. 1965 became integrated. So we're talking about something that was a thought decided last year, so thank you, Mr. McElveen, for that hard decision. In terms of the amendments, well, to your, I guess, proposed motions or this policy, I know last year the discussion about public input, public community outcry, there wasn't enough time. But let me see, what is the perspective of relative rescinding that? The Board of Supervisors only offers 6 public comments in the whole year, and you pray to God that your topic is on that night. You guys do 24 meetings every year, and you have 10 spots and 2 videos. So I don't know where public input cry is here. And then the last motion for Mr. Wilson, I don't know what that is. If you want to run for chairman next month, pick the spot, you got it, you can do your agenda. Or if not, if you want all the newbies to have a spot on the committee, well then say that too, because that's all I see out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Brewer, followed by Marianne Vakiner.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me have some time. I have the pleasure of being the amazing mom to a transgender student at Whitman Middle School. Fairfax County has a reputation of being progressive, and I hope that that continues for her. Our children who are transgender make up a very small fraction of the students in Fairfax County, but their safety and acceptance should be paramount. They should feel just as safe and included in the schools as all the other students. My child has been through a lot this school year. Namely, just last week, she got off the bus and walked about a mile home after some of the kids on the bus were calling her a tranny. So, we hear that we need, we're raising a culture of kids who need a safe space and a trophy for 8th place, but they really just need somebody to go to and to know who to turn to so they can be safe where they are. One of the biggest drivers of transphobia is the bathroom debate. Where do they go? I'm sure if there was a news station or anything on within an hour, you'd hear something about a bathroom. When you're discussing these things around your family, around your children, they hear what you say, and then they repeat those things at school to the kids around them. Bathrooms have stalls, and the stalls shut, and they lock, and my daughter just simply wants to use the bathroom without being interrogated, just like all the other kids in the school. I'm aware that there is a gender-neutral bathroom in her school that she uses, but it's not next to all of her classes, and when you exit that bathroom, it lets the other people in the school know that you're different. And she's been shoved and hit and called names for exiting that bathroom and having unaccepting peers walking by. But the bathroom has also been a safe space for her after she had an incident with a couple of teachers at her school. She sat in there many weeks eating lunch. And that's definitely not in 2016. A place a child should be eating lunch and feeling safe is in a bathroom with a locked door. I just want to say that, we can keep going. And now that Obama and everybody has talked about Title IX and inclusion, I would hope that Fairfax County will follow the directive and children can go to the bathroom where they need and feel safe in the space that the school is providing. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne Beckheiner, to be followed by Alexandra Dixon.
Good evening. I'm Marianne Beckheiner, and I've been an FCPS parent from 1994 through last year when my daughter graduated from Fairfax High School. I'm here once again to thank you and to make an observation. First, thank you for adding sexual orientation and gender identity to the non-discrimination policy last year. It has been nearly 20 years that Robert Rigby and I, since we began speaking to the school board about LGBTQ inclusion in policy and curricula. I also want to thank you and FLECAC for the proposed changes to FLE, specifically related to gender identity. All these changes are good for students and staff. Thank you. I speak to you tonight to let you know that there is plenty of community support for FCPS to support trans students and staff. As Robert Rigby said at your last meeting, people who oppose the changes being worked on need to educate themselves, meet some trans people, read about the issue, research their concerns. It seems that people who oppose my views often come from a religious perspective, so I need to make sure that you know that I am also a deeply religious person, a member of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Fairfax. Now, in addition to being an advocate for the LGBT community, I have been a La Leche League leader for 23 years. La Leche League is an international organization of volunteers providing information and support to breastfeeding families. LLL, as we like to call it, has been considered conservative, an organization that supports the traditional family. I swear, there's a connection to the gender identity issue here in Fairfax. Until a week ago, in our 60 years of La Leche League, all of our volunteer leaders identified as women. 1 week ago, La Leche League accredited its first trans man leader. Imagine a conservative bastion like La Leche League embracing a trans man who breastfeeds his babies. I think the future is passing us by. You all know the right thing to do. Last, my observation. I spoke here a year ago on the same topic. I appreciate your attention to the public comment speakers. I take your role seriously, and I know that I truly have no idea of the time and energy it takes to be a responsible member of the school board. Thank you for your willingness to serve our community. There is a disturbing part, though, so here I go. I feel awkward. Last year, I attended the meeting at which you voted on including gender identity. The vote was not unanimous. That's a good sign that people feel comfortable disagreeing. The distressing action was that immediately after the vote, one school board member left the meeting. In the middle.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you. Thank you very much. Alexandra Dixon, to be followed by Chaya Mahanti Ortiz.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Dixon. Many of you on this board know me, and for those that don't, I want to introduce myself. I spent my academic career here at FCPS from first grade through 12th grade, graduating with honors in 2000. I came to FCPS after being kicked out of a private Catholic school for being disabled. So you see, I know what it is to be discriminated against, and I'm forever grateful that FCPS made sure that I had a quality education. Tonight, I am here to return the favor and to advocate that all FCPS students, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and gender nonconforming, get the same chance I did. Last year, this board took a courageous vote to update its non-discrimination policy to include transgender and gender nonconforming students. I remember those meetings. They were contentious and the board faced stiff opposition. And yet, the board did the right thing and voted to protect all our students. Now, we eagerly await the regulations, a document fleshing out that policy. Real trans teens and their parents need these regulations, and staff need guidance and backup. Specifically, we need to make sure that the following recommendations are implemented without delay. 1, acknowledgement of a child's gender identity without a demand for medical testimony. Accessible and confidential record changes without a demand for a birth certificate as they do now, which may be difficult or impossible to attain for students from other states or adopted children or other children for a variety of reasons. Access to greater privacy for any child that needs it, rather than insisting that the trans child be the one who has to have greater privacy. Access to facilities corresponding with the child's gender identity, as the Education Department recommends and as the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in the Gavin Grimm case last month. Robust training for all staff, including teachers, counselors, administrators, coaches, support staff, and bus drivers. I end my remarks by reminding the board that a recent study of FCPS students suggests that 38% of LGBT students have seriously considered suicide. When our transgender and gender nonconforming students get the supports they need, that number goes down to the same level as straight students. I am a person of faith. My faith group, Unitarian Universalism, lives by a set of principles. The very first one is that we affirm the inherent dignity and worth of all people. The vote last year did that. The work has started. Let's finish the work by giving the guidance needed to ensure that all our students are affirmed in their inherent dignity and worth, treated with justice, love, and compassion. Let us not waste another moment, because justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you.
Chaya Mohanty Ortiz, to be followed by Kyler Engelman.
Hello, my name is Chaya Mohanty Ortiz. I'm the member of a transgender male, a senior at Robinson High School. And I am also a member of FCPS Pride, as well as the GSA faculty advisor at Northern Virginia Community College, where I teach Spanish. Fairfax County Public School District is one body made of many parts: faculty, administration, staff, facilities, parents, board members, etc. And the most important part of this whole is its students. Ironically, the stakeholders who often have the smallest voice in determining their own success. The body requires the health of every part, every person, in order to function well and healthily. If one group is ignored, or worse, mistreated, the whole suffers. Last spring, the school board voted to protect and validate every student within the school district when including gender identity in its non-discrimination policy. Since then, no procedures have been presented to be reviewed and adopted. No training of faculty and staff has taken place. Each school has been left to its own devices, which does not ensure equity or best practice for all the district students. I urge the school board and the superintendent's office to please continue the process to ensure success for all students. Please review recommendations and enact policies for the equality of transgender students. Please include the education of gender identity and sexual orientation in family life education classes starting in the 7th grade, as these are concepts that need desperately to be understood and accepted. Please follow through with Title IX in the Obama administration's recent mandates. Please make sure that all district students have the ability to learn in an environment of inclusion and equality. Please keep our district at the forefront of history and student success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kyler Engelman, to be followed by Phyllis Payne.
Good evening. I think you might have heard this topic a few times already, but I'll try to make it a little different. So, in addition to being an FCPS alumnus and coach, I'm also a trans man. And when I was an FCPS student, I experienced firsthand the kind of harassment that children get from their peers when they do not fit society's view of what a male or female should look like. I was often bullied and called homophobic slurs, even though I had not yet identified as LGBT, just because of the way I looked. As an FCPS high school coach, I see that there is much work to still be done to educate students about LGBT people and to decrease the amount of depression and suicide that currently occurs in the LGBT community, including among kids. A hot topic lately, of course, has been the use of public bathrooms by trans people. And while there has not been one single incident of a trans person harassing one in the bathroom, there have been many reports of trans people being harassed in the bathroom. Trans people don't go to the bathrooms to stir up trouble. They just go to do what they need to do and get out. And so I urge you to do what you can to make sure students feel safe in bathrooms by, one, providing access to gender-neutral bathrooms when possible, but also allowing them to use the bathroom of the gender they identify with. Also, trans students should be able to have their gender changed on their records without demanding a birth certificate, since some don't have access to it. And also, I urge you to support LGBT training for staff so that they're able to counsel students and to teach non-LGBT students how to respect their LGBT peers to make it a safer place for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis Payne. Phyllis Payne, come on down, to be followed by George Albert. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. It's not your turn. That's not appropriate. No, I'm sorry. It is Phyllis Payne's turn to speak. Phyllis Payne, go ahead. Go ahead. We're running our meeting here.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm Phyllis Payne, co-founder and executive director of SLEEP. I also serve on the School Health Advisory Committee, and I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of the Student and Staff Health and Wellness Policy. SHAC members heard from many different people, parents, students, principals, teachers, and other experts as we worked to develop this policy. We spent 1 year focused on student mental health, and we heard students speak about the incredible pain caused by stress, anxiety, overwork, depression, and substance abuse. We learned about changes that FCPS is working on, and we researched policy wording that we hope will contribute to positive health outcomes for students and staff. It's great to be here with this board and this superintendent, and to see our school system recognizing how important health and well-being are to the success and happiness of students and staff. Personally, I'm thrilled to see that all 3 pillars that support physical and mental health are included in the policy: sleep, physical activity, and nutrition. Sleep leadership is pleased that Fairfax County Public Schools will continue working to align school start times with evidence-based best practices. It's good to know that you will be working to improve the too early start times at the middle schools as well. I'd like to thank Chris Gare, the chair of SHAC, who worked tirelessly researching not only what was required, but also what is being done elsewhere and what would best serve children in Fairfax. Kudos to Chris. A former SHAC member, Mary Porter, also deserves kudos for her extensive research and writing on this project. It's fantastic and fitting that Ben Press is the student school board rep at this time for this vote, because he served on SHAC for 2 years while we worked a total of 3 years on this policy, and Ben was with us for 2, his sophomore and junior years. My colleagues on SHAC have been and continue to be an inspiration to me, and this year I've also had the privilege to work very closely with a number of the top department heads within the school system as we built consensus on our final recommendations for the new FCPS wellness policy. There are many staff members to thank, and I can't name them all, but Jane Lipp's guidance and patience this year was incredible. And Liz Payne's help in all 3 years was always diplomatic and thoughtful. She truly encouraged committee members to share our perspectives. This year's process, adding small subcommittee meetings with key staff, was an effective approach to build consensus between school leaders and committee members, and I hope you'll consider that for other work. It's reassuring to find that it is possible to recommend and implement positive changes. The leaders who worked with us in the small committee meetings shared our concern for the health and well-being of our children and the teachers and staff who work in our school system, and I am so happy knowing that this particular school board, all of you, is going to be the one to vote on this policy recommendation. I know each of you is very supportive of student health and wellness, and I'm looking forward to watching the implementation of this policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. George Alber, to be followed by Aaron Fulp-Eichstad.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak with you tonight. My name is George Alber. I encourage you to adopt the student rights and responsibilities because of the great rights that it guarantees. Let's look for just 1 minute at Chapter 1D of the regulation, which reads in part, students may exercise the right to freedom of expression through speech, assembly, petition, and other lawful means, and have the right to advocate change of any law, policy, or regulation. Teaching our students to understand this right is an essential part of their education and personal development. Justice Thurgood Marshall once wrote, freedom of expression, and I quote, serves not only the needs of the polity, but also those of the human spirit, a spirit that demands self-expression. Such expression is an integral part of the development of ideas and a sense of identity. For the past year, I've had the opportunity to see what that human spirit looks like. Almost a year ago, yes, it's been a year, I was introduced to 5 students from Jeb Stuart High School. Cassie Marcotti, Abby Conde, who you honored earlier, Anna Rowan, Lydia Emanuel, who was here and had to leave, and Marley Finley. They had been inspired by one of their teachers, to understand that the name of their high school was not consistent with the values of FCPS, their student body, and their community. As a result, they began to advocate to change the name of the school. During their long advocacy, the students have learned to understand, respect, and value the right of freedom of expression. And I have also learned a great deal by attending these school board meetings, each one for the past year. I have learned the value that you place on the development of our students, not just academically, but also in terms of their character and other qualities. I have also observed that each of you, in your own ways, strive to model the character and qualities that you expect in our graduates. Therefore, I urge you to adopt the rights and student rights and responsibilities. And as you do, to continue that model, that behavior. I urge you to respect these students. I urge you to listen to the voice of these students. They have learned that the decision to change the name of their school should not be a plebiscite. Justice, equality, human rights are rarely served when they are subject to the whims of the majority. They have also learned that the decision to change the name is not a financial decision. It is a moral question about justice, equality, human rights, and reconciliation. So respect these students by taking action. Tell them the status of your deliberations, the process, and most importantly, when the question, after a year, will be placed on the school board agenda. Show moral leadership. Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Fulp-Eichstad.
I'm the senior pastor of Emmanuel Presbyterian Church in McLean, and I had 2 daughters come through FCPS schools. And and loved every minute of that. We all care about the wellness and well-being of our children. We all care about their health and safety. We care about their future, and we take great concern to give them the tools they need to become healthy, well-balanced adults. During the difficult years and transitions in middle school and high school, there are few tools as crucial to our students' well-being as family life education. Inclusive family life education lessons and objectives are essential to enhance the wellness of our LGBT students and the wellness of all students in Fairfax County. As people of faith, we don't talk about sexuality or gender identity very often. We do know that from the very beginning, God looked out on the amazing diversity of creation, and God saw that it was good. That's a good place to start, affirming the sheer beauty and goodness of God's diverse creation. Although we may not talk about the specifics of sexuality and gender identity very often, we do talk about God's call to do justice a lot. It's hard to open the Bible without reading about God's concern for the oppressed, the mistreated, the forgotten. That's why I'm here tonight. Last year, the Fairfax County School Board voted to make our family life education curriculum reflect the beauty and diversity of the world around us, including people of all gender identities and sexual orientations. I'm here to thank you for your leadership and your concern for all of our students. I'm also here to encourage your continued care for the wellness of all of our children. Middle school and high school isn't an easy place for any teenager, but it is an especially challenging environment for LGBTQ youth. 5 days ago, 16-year-old Dan Barnum, a transgender teen in Chesapeake, Virginia, wrote about the bullying he faces daily in his high school. He compared walking into high school each morning to a walk of shame, being greeted each day with insults including tranny, pedophile, and abomination. It doesn't have to be this way, and change starts with meaningful advancements in our curriculum like you made last year. Change starts with education. Your leadership has set an example for our youth in Fairfax County. Our students deserve a curriculum that tells them that they aren't an abomination. They are people of great worth. They deserve a curriculum that gives them the tools they need to navigate their own coming of age, knowing the terms and vocabulary, knowing the resources available to them, knowing that they are not alone. Thank you for your leadership. It is already making a difference in the lives of our students who will now navigate their adolescence with facts and resources instead of fear and silence. I pray that you will continue to work for inclusion and support of all Fairfax County students in family life education and in all curriculum. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That completes our live citizen testimony. We have 2 video testimonies. We have 2 video testimonies, and that is the end of our citizen participation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roxanne Edwards, a county resident since 1955, and a parent of 3 and a grandparent of 7. I support you, the school board, in your role in educating our children to be good citizens, and through FLE to educate them on real-life topics like gender identity. This education includes, first, respecting others who are different from themselves. It includes, secondly, using education to correct ignorance and fear-mongering that is being spread about gender identity and to improve all children's well-being. It includes, thirdly, caring for and protecting 100% of our children, not some lesser fraction. And it definitely includes leading by example. We must teach our children that bullying fellow students is wrong, whether from their peers or authorities or even their peers' parents. That privacy and dignity are for all people, children included. That advocating separate but equal treatment and facilities by claiming it protects your child is wrong. I know what parents are thinking because I am one. I too want my children to be safe, to have the best chance to learn, just like everyone in this room. But there is no excuse for using this good goal as a weapon to discriminate. There is a mistaken idea that staying ignorant about complex ideas like gender identity will protect our kids. It will not. They will be learning about these and many other complexities from sources that are not tested for accuracy, balanced, reasonable, or from a responsible and accountable authority. The internet, in all its uncensored glory, will teach your kids and mine, and that is what they will learn and believe. I say to you, ignoring this fact is foolish and destructive. Finally, on the issue of privacy in school facilities, I am an architect, and for 40 years I have designed many facilities. I'm also an advocate for sensible modesty and privacy. I think open locker rooms and shower rooms that require exposure of minors' bodies to one another has been, and always will be inappropriate. During their most vulnerable periods of development, putting kids in a mandatory place where exposing their body invites body shaming and embarrassment will create some of the worst moments of their school experience. Just ask anyone at your high school reunion. Stop calling out trans kids as the problem. All they want to do is fit in and be kids like everyone else. The real problem is our blindness over the stress we inflict through open locker rooms and shower rooms in this particular case. We should face this directly as a facility problem for all of our teens and stop blaming the trans kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Clark. I'm a freshman at Jeb Stuart High School, and I support the name change because I want to feel respected, and every student at this school should be respected. I am not a Raider.
Because our school was named after a Confederate, and I don't stand for Confederacy.
At a school that's as wonderfully diverse as ours, being named after a Confederate leader doesn't represent how good of a school we are, who we are as a school, or what our values are.
As a person of color, I don't want to go to a school named after someone who fought so strongly against my rights.
I do not feel proud when I say that I go to a school that is named after a Confederate.
I feel the name Jeb Stuart does not support us as a whole, and with the name change, we'll become closer together.
We're seniors at Anthem High School, and we're part of the Black Culture Awareness Association. We don't agree with the fact that your leader is a Confederate leader, and that's how your school is represented. And the last thing we would want is our school being represented by Confederate leaders.
I support the name change because a school so diverse shouldn't be named after someone that fought against diversity.
And I feel that our diversity is what makes us a school, and having our school named after someone who fought against diversity makes me uncomfortable to attend. I don't want to be part of a school whose name is based off of racism.
Because at sporting events, I do not want to represent someone who fought for the right to own people as property.
And I do not support the name of Jeb Stuart because it supports discrimination.
Because the current name of our school is detrimental to progress and doesn't represent what we are.
The great accomplishments that our school has shouldn't be weighed down by a name that's tied to a dark past and the racial tension that's still prevalent in our society today.
I disagree with the connections associated with the name of my school.
I support the name change because it's high time we stop condoning our nation's discriminatory past.
I support the name change because I'm not a Raider.
I am not a Raider.
And we are not Raiders.
Okay, item 3.02, Student Representative Matters. I call on Mr. Press.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's very weird to be sitting up here and thinking that this will be my last meeting as a student in FCPS. Not my last meeting, period. We got the 30th for that one. Someone in the school board office is going to have to remind me to bring a Sharpie next time and cross off student on my nameplate. But I would like to take this one last opportunity as an FCPS student to say a few brief words as the school year draws to a close. First off, I want to congratulate the nominees, finalists, and winners from our FCPS Honors event last night once again for their incredible accomplishments. They were just a small glimpse into the amazing work that goes on in our system every single day, serving every single one of our children and doing it with a smile. If I've learned one thing this year, it's that our teachers and staff are some of the hardest working people with jobs that go so far beyond the 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. contract. And although we might not compensate them as well as we should, the rewards they see in the success of the students they send off to better things is truly a reward for all of us. I thought the words of Teacher of the Year, Corey Thornblad, were particularly poignant in summarizing this, and I'll paraphrase here. As a teacher, I don't have a thing that I can point to as a product of my hard work. I have a person. Which leads me to my second point. The students of this system are truly amazing. And while I'll be talking a little bit more about that at the next meeting, in my final speech to this board, I wanted to take this moment to congratulate them on all that they have accomplished. This system and this graduating class is home to world record holders, Olympians, American Idol singers, and people who can trace their roots to every country in the world. I think the amazing qualities of our students are particularly well exemplified by some of the winners here tonight. And as a class of seniors graduates out of our system, I'd like to pass on my warmest congratulations to all of them and caution them not to take this amazing education that they have received for granted. This school system truly is world-class, and I really do believe you'll find yourself extremely well prepared for whatever adventures might come after graduation. And lastly, I want to thank our non-school-based staff, some of the unsung heroes of our system, for facilitating the great initiatives, resource access, and diverse range of programs that make our system truly a leader in 21st century education. Your service has made this year one of the greatest, and I know we can aspire to even greater heights next year. In any case, I wish all of our graduating seniors the best of luck, and I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all of our teachers and staff for another great year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Press. I don't know what we will do without you. Item 4.01, confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. This is the portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting this evening. These issues may include action taken regarding student disciplinary matters. Board members have discussed each individual case, and at this time will make several motions to confirm the recommended action. First, I have a motion from Ms. Strauss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who brought illegal drugs and drug paraphernalia to school and who also used illegal drugs at school, and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
I have a second from Ms. Palchik. Thank you. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Next, I have a motion from Mrs. Schultz.
I move to excuse from attendance at school certain students who are identified in closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 22.1-254B1.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Darnett, Koufax, McIlvain, Huff, Strauss, Corbett Sanders, Evans, Hines, Moon, Wilson, Schultz, and Palchik. All those opposed, those abstaining. Ms. McLaughlin, the motion passes. I next have a motion from Ms. Darnett Koufax.
I move to confirm that an annual contract for the teacher identified in a closed meeting will not be offered or renewed for the 2016-2017 school year.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Darnett Koufax, no. Oh, I'm sorry. We are unanimous. Thank you. All right. Item 4.02, the One Fairfax resolution. This item has been rescheduled for a future meeting. Item 4.03, Student Rights and Responsibilities, Regulation 2601.30P. Board members, I believe you have a blue sheet where the motions have been written. I have a motion from Ms. Evans to start us off.
I move that the school board adopt Regulation 2601.30P, Student Rights and Responsibilities, as detailed in the agenda item.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Darnett Koufax. I believe that we have, I think we will do the motion to postpone and the motions to amend before we have discussion on this. So, okay, I would like to call on Mr. Wilson for his motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board's action regarding Regulation 2601 be postponed until the June 30th board meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Schultz. Discussion. Mr. Wilson, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everybody that's come out tonight. Very impressive group of people to come to a board meeting on an evening, and some of you who are stalwart watchers of the school board may know that at the last time this board met here, the very last thing I talked about was the need for all of the board members here to increase their understanding of the issues surrounding the implementation of the gender identity policy changes which were made last year. As some of the speakers have already talked about, this board has literally done nothing since passing the policy change last year, and as a consequence, we are really just sort of the next week following that decision. Now, things have happened, and the schools have been addressing the needs of students in their schools, but we are really still, I think, at the very most basic level in terms of our board understanding of how the policy should be implemented. And my desire was to promote and begin a conversation. To that end, I have reached out to citizens who have contacted me. I have set up meetings with principals. I have contacted psychologists. I have met with transgender students. But this takes time. The community needs time. The board needs time, and we should do our very best to present to this community and to this school system an exemplar set of regulations to implement the policy from last year and have real meaningful discussions about it. It is not the case of a simple solution to a problem. It's a complicated issue, and I'm sure some of you here tonight know much better than I do exactly how complicated it is. So my initial motion tonight actually doesn't deal with gender identity at all. Because here's the situation. When Regulation 2601 was adjusted and updated this year by staff and presented to the board in April, it was incorrect. What was posted and provided to the board was not correct. Subsequently, when we had our work session on May 9th, what was presented to the board was incorrect. A few days ago, I was asked if I would present the motion or second the motion to support Regulation 2601, and I went back to look at the document that was presented, and it had been changed since the time we had met on May 9th. So we didn't even have the opportunity as a board to discuss those changes, let alone have an opportunity to go to our communities, to involve affected parties. So this is really a situation, and no offense to staff, but it's really a situation where we need a do-over. We needed it presented as you wanted it to be written. We needed to then have conversations about it that were substantive and invited members of the community with differing interests to provide their input. We needed to individually have chances to go talk and meet members of affected communities so that they could understand, because there are multiple issues that are involved. Of course, the transgender children, their safety needs to be protected. That is something that we are doing right now through our bullying policy. And thankfully, from my conversations with transgendered students, I think that's actually on a case-by-case basis been working out pretty well in Fairfax County schools. But there are also issues that belong to the community at large. Privacy issues, concerns of parents. These also need to be dealt with all together in a compassionate and understanding way. And so this motion is really to give this board a chance to do a do-over. I urge every member of this board to think clearly about this. This is not an urgent motion. School year is ending. We have an entire summer to reflect upon and to implement the regulations that we desire as a community and as a board for Fairfax County Public Schools. Let's take the time, Let's use it. Let's not do it this way where we've got some members of the community feeling like they didn't have a chance to speak at all. Let's do it in a way that acknowledges that there are multiple opinions and multiple people with valuable things to offer to the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
So we're a nation of laws, and as rule followers, we can't decide to pick and choose which rules we're going to follow when it's convenient for our the path that we're choosing to put forth. And the problem is that in very clear terms, on April 28th, so in April, which means that probably approximately a week before that, the agenda was posted. So mid to late April, an agenda was posted that had the Students' Rights and Responsibilities document included in it. It had key points listed for the public to understand the changes that were being recommended by staff in it. It had a presentation to the board in it, and that was what was posted publicly. On April 28th, staff came and made a presentation to the board. The strike-through document was there, the key topics were there, the agenda item was published, and nowhere was the Equal Opportunity Access Clause listed as a change to the Students' Rights and Responsibilities. Successive to that, after the board's discussion on April 28th, we had another meeting, and that meeting's agenda was posted, probably at the end of April or beginning of May, going into the May work session, which was an all-day work session. Again, in accordance with open meetings laws, we published in advance the agenda we were going to be talking about at an open meeting that had the Students' Rights and Responsibilities, it had the strike-through document, it had the staff presentation to the board, and it had all of the key elements that were identified. Again, that change wasn't included. I was the meeting manager for that section with one of my fellow colleagues. So not only did I have the courtesy of the conversation at the board table the day of May 9th, but meeting managers have a pre-meeting with staff to talk about the changes. So I had an even more in-depth access to the material that we would be talking about. So this is not somebody's fault per se, but the bottom line is that we owe the public a transparent and accountable set of circumstances leading up to substantive changes that happen in our regulations. In addition to the fact that we did not talk about it on May 9th, all of a sudden the change was posted on the agenda for this meeting this week. I didn't know in advance. One of my colleagues found out and said, "Is this the change that we talked about?" We had to go back and re-watch our work session and go back through our notes because nobody remembered even talking about it. I know indefatigably we did not. And Dr. Garza agreed, ultimately, that we needed to, for process, return to the language that was provided. On something of this magnitude, don't let anybody tell you, well, this is what we always do. This is out of the norm, and May 7th of last year, we told this board, minus the new people that are on it, but the board is the board. The board told the public, committed to the public, that we would not make any changes in regulation and that the policy that we were changing was only words, and that any regulation change going forward, we would be transparent, we would be accountable, we would be open with what we were doing, and it would come back to the board with a consultant's report and tell us in advance so that we could have and continue the public conversation that is so paramount for all parties related to this. If this gets jammed through tonight, if we do not honor the process, if we do not honor the rule of law, if we do not maintain our transparency to the public, we will break the fidelity that you have entrusted us to serve you. We have to postpone this and do things the right way, not the way that makes sense for them.
Okay. I have Ms. Huff next, but Dr. Garza, would you like to respond now? Okay. Ms. Huff, go ahead.
Well, I won't repeat the overall process of how we got here since that has already been done twice, but I will speak to it maybe from a different standpoint as well. We are changing the wording as it's proposed in a document for our students. We're going to hold students accountable for wording that we have not been briefed on. We have had a year and not been briefed, not for lack of time, but lack of clarity from the very consultant we hired to provide clarity. We don't have clarity as adults. We are not ready for the report as adults, and we are going to ask our students to sign something we haven't discussed. How many gender identity definitions will FCPS define? Do we know that answer? I know there will be people who make this as simple as you are either a hater or you're tolerating and accepting. But before we head there, I ask all of my colleagues if we have reached out and sought input from the communities on the changed language in the SR&R. The document was posted for a month with the very intent of allowing community input. Why at the 11th hour would we strip them of that opportunity? I have spoken with many members from the diverse community on this specific amendment. And I didn't think Mr. Rigby was going to be here, but since he is, is it still okay? Can I have a hand wave if we're still good here? I did reach out to Mr. Rigby today, president of FCPS Pride, and he has given me permission to quote him from the table tonight, stating that he does not have a problem with the motion for a delay of vote. This is how we work together. This is how we lead by example for our students. We may not all agree in the end, but we have communicated in a way that shows respect and dignity to all. I actually have a problem when people refer to this issue as an issue of tolerance. This is never the goal of my own children or any child. I do not want my child to merely be tolerated. I actually ask my kids to tolerate uncomfortable situations. That should not be the goal for our children. The goal I set forth is for them to be treated with love, for each child, student, and person to know they were created out of love and that they are delighted in. That should be the goal for our children. And as adults, we should be having adult conversations at a round table, in a town hall, at this board table, in a way that includes everyone, in a way that exemplifies what we all desire, for our students to grow up to respect one another, not just to tolerate one another. We get there by listening to one another and asking good questions, not by passing motions last minute and saying it doesn't mean anything, they're just words we're aligning. Do we know the consequence? Do we know the consequences for a Muslim student requesting a same biological gender hotel room for a school overnight trip? If this system-wide document is approved tonight, this request will now be discriminatory, and what will her discipline be for violating the new equal opportunity regulation? We must be willing to have this conversation as adults before imposing rules and regulations on the very students we say we are here to help. We have added gender identity for the bullying and harassing portion of the SR&R. This is appropriate, and we should add every hair color, body mass index, eye shape, color, and anything else we think of, because no student should be bullied or harassed. But now, we are adding language to a regulation. Now we are adding language to a regulation that has not yet been defined by our school division, and we are asking our students to navigate that when we have not done so ourselves. In the name of protecting all our students, let's please do this in the correct way, with adult conversation, with community input, with roundtable discussions from people of all viewpoints, so we can work together for a solution that is healthy and supportive for all of our children. And an example, Title IX was brought up a lot tonight, and the original intent was for protecting women in their sports. We actually spent time congratulating a group of students who did an amazing job discussing how there's a shortage of women in the STEM workforce. And now I take you to Alaska. This took less time than many of us predicted. In Alaska, a transgender high school student born with male parts but living as a girl has qualified for the state track meet finals, displacing a woman who was born with girl parts. This is the consequence. In the name of Title IX, we take away the rights of women protected under Title IX. Agree or disagree? I don't know, but we haven't had this conversation. Last-minute changes to something with so many questions is sloppy work. Let's do the same homework we expect of our students. Delay this and allow the staff to answer the questions and do this the right way.
Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to support this motion to postpone, but please, when I conduct a business meeting, that I am pretty confused by three of my colleagues speaking on this motion. I know that Mr. Wilson has proposed, he hasn't gotten that far yet, but he has proposed several different amendments, and this very first amendment has nothing to do with gender identity or sexual orientation or non-discrimination policy, because the main motion itself does not change, because right now the main motion is the only thing on the table. Main motion does not change any of the languages pertaining to, related to sexual orientation or gender identity. Perhaps what my three colleagues who have already spoken were talking about, were trying to address, was Mr. Wilson's second amendment, not the First Amendment. As I am quite confused about that. I am not going to support this amendment.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So in terms of clarity here, from what Mr. Moon has just stated, Mr. Wilson's first motion was just to postpone the vote on the entire SR&R until June 30th. So the issue at hand is that there is a pending amendment onto this discussion, and so it would be my understanding that we are going to first have the conversation of should we go ahead and delay on the amendment, and whether or not we needed to delay all of the student rights and responsibilities decision. So I guess I would like a little bit of clarity from either the chair or from Dr. Garza. Ultimately, what are we trying to accomplish here? If there is a delay on the pending amendment that is going to be coming forward from Mr. McIlvaine, then is it an opportunity to pass the SR&R and his amendment either gets postponed and or are we trying to do all of this on June 30th?
If I could, Mr. Wilson has asked to postpone the entire conversation about SR&R first. And we felt, the clerk and I felt that that belonged first, because if it passes, then we have no more conversation about the SR&R. If it fails, then Mr. McIlvaine has an amendment to propose. And it's my understanding that Mr. Wilson would like to move to postpone the consideration of the amendment. And if that passes, then the postponement passes, then Mr. McIlvaine's amendment, proposed amendment, would be postponed, and then we would go back to voting on the SR&R as it is. Now, it does create some challenges because the SR&R does have to be printed. We can't wait forever. We do have a deadline on that. But that's my understanding of what we're deciding tonight. I don't know that Mr. Wilson asked for a date certain for postponement. I didn't hear that.
So, Dr. Garza, I remember in years prior, there the reason that we take up the SR&R at this time frame is that we do have certain deadlines that we need to work with the printer. And if the board were to postpone the overall approval of the SR&R in order to then, on June 30th, have its discussion and or potential inclusion of Mr. McElveen's amendment, that would all be done June 30th, and that does still give us enough time to go to print?
I'm not going to say it's impossible to get it done, because I don't think that should be a factor in your consideration tonight. I will say it will be more daunting, but I'm sure we can make it work. Did that answer your question?
No, I guess I'm just trying to understand the differential here, because we have kind of two options in front of us. One is just to postpone the entire SR&R vote until June 30th. The other potential option is we go ahead and vet the SR&R tonight, vote on it, but the board can still consider to hold Mr. McElveen's amendment until June 30th, and then that would get added back in? In other words, so whether we pass part of the SR&R.
Okay, the way I heard what you just said, if in fact you've moved forward with the consideration of the SR&R as it's posted for your consideration tonight, and you acted on it tonight, and then reconsidered Mr. McElveen's motion later in the month, we would still technically have to hold the document. So we're at the same place, if that's what I heard you say, if I heard your question correctly.
Yeah, I think what you're telling me is it's pro forma. Whichever way we go at it, the whole thing's on hold.
Under those two circumstances that you described, yes.
Right.
If I could, though, just clarify, the final adoption and printing of the SR&R is on hold, but I think if we only postpone Mr. McElveen's amendment, then conversation about that particularly would be postponed. It's not that someone could not open up other issues in the SR&R at that point, because they could.
Okay. So, sorry, Ms. Hines, what you're saying is we could decide not to delay all of the SR&R here tonight. We could get the 90% plus of it through, knowing that we want to then potentially postpone one particular change and have that discussion at the June 30th meeting. Okay, or additional conversation. All right, well, my point was more to get clarity at this point.
Anyone else? Seeing no other hands, I'm sorry, Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
I think we can all agree that we got here through a very messy process, and we're trying to figure it out. But I would actually like a clarification from Mr. Foster about the partial adoption of a document. I don't think we can partially adopt the SR&R. The way I read, and for those of you who haven't seen it, there are a number of different amendments. There's an amendment which is just postpone the whole thing by 2 weeks. There's another amendment which calls for the possible adoption of an amendment to the SR&R. Then there's another amendment which is if the amendment to the SR&R is adopted, postpone the decision on the SR&R by 2 weeks. Is that correct with your second amendment, or your second proposal, Mr. Wilson?
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat.
Okay. I'm getting, there's so many, it's almost a sequential. You have to look at how this is laid out. And I guess my concern from a procedural point of view, we cannot adopt just a portion of the SR&R. I think we have to adopt the whole SR&R. So if we amend it, we can amend it and adopt it tonight, or we can amend it and postpone the adoption of the whole SR&R by 2 weeks.
Why don't we ask Mr. Foster for that clarification? Would it be okay for us to adopt the SR&R tonight without Mr. McElveen's amendment, and then vote to add his amendment, to make his amendment on the 30th? Is that kosher?
You can always amend at a later time a document. Or more generally, if there's an action taken, you want to amend an action that was previously taken under Robert's rules, you can do that at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
So may I add, so correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Foster, so you would not need, if you wanted to delay consideration of the particular motion, you're technically adopting the entire document. You could not adopt partial. But it's just like with any other policy or decision made by this board, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, you can always consider a change to any previous action that you had taken. Correct, Mr. Foster?
Thank you. Well, I will speak to the motion just briefly. I appreciate Mr. Wilson's concerns, but I will not be supporting the motion to postpone the conversation about the vote on the SR&R because I feel like there's a little confusion about this. The SR&R is not the implementation plan for the gender identity policy, the non-discrimination policy that we passed a year ago. The SR&R actually has many other things in it. There's a very small part of it that just basically every year restates the school board's non-discrimination policy. And Mr. Wilson is correct that up until tonight, actually, unfortunately, because of an oversight from staff and board members, because we didn't notice it either, the language that was in that part of the SR&R was not updated. It had not been updated to reflect the new language that this board adopted this time last year, overwhelmingly, in an environment of considerable public input. So to me, there's not a question about whether our policy is clear, and there's not a question about whether we have had public input on that policy. The only question here is, should we amend the SR&R to properly and consistently reflect the actual existing language of our policy at this point? I think we should. I think it's a small change. It makes no difference to what we did last spring. In fact, if we did not make the change, our policy would still control. The policy that we passed last spring would still control the school system because that's our policy. It's not conditional, it's not contingent on anything, that's our policy. So if we leave the SR&R as it is, we could do that, but it would be confusing. It would not be accurate. And so that's why I think it's important that we go ahead and make what I really is a housekeeping change that should have been made by staff. So I don't see postponing our vote on the SR&R over that. So I see that I have a go back from Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps Mr. Foster could clarify, because there seems to be at least sort of interchangeably the use of policy and regulation. So my understanding is that regulations by their nature are implementation of policy. So when we say it's not the implementation of gender identity, anti-discrimination policy, at least it's part of it. I would say that as a regulation, it is part, that language that reads, it says, no student in FCPS shall, on the basis, and then it lists all the things, be subject to any discrimination under any education program, activity as required by law, or activity as required by law carries. I think that implies that as a regulation, if nothing else is done, then in each circumstance in the school system where it might come up, then it would employ some sort of interpretation of the regulation. And I think you're absolutely right. The policy already states the opinion of this board quite well, and I think this is an implementing regulation. And I would like Mr. Foster to explain a little bit why, in this circumstance, the board is voting on implementing regulations as opposed to voting on just policies.
The adoption of the SR&R, you're correct, is a regulation. Traditionally, and as required by Virginia law, the adoption of the student rights and responsibilities is approved by the board. To get to your question about the difference between regulations and policies, sometimes regulations do implement things, but not always, and it varies from case to case. I'll leave it to this board to conclude whether this change in the language to reflect the policy is an implementation or simply a restatement of policy 1450.
So,
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes?
Mr. Foster, what is the open meetings law requirement for the posting of motions such as those that are under consideration at the table tonight?
The open meetings law simply requires that notice of the meeting be provided at least 3 working days prior to the meeting.
And there's no open meetings law requirement for the posting of the motions?
Sitting here, I'm not aware of one. In fact, I've had this discussion with some of your colleagues on other issues. There is case law and other guidance in Virginia that additional motions can be added at the table and added to the agenda as new business. They do not need to be noticed ahead of time. It's not required under the Virginia Open Meetings Law.
So the fact that the motions that we're considering were added somewhere between 10:30 last night, which means they weren't posted until the business day today, and then the rest of them were posted on the business day today, is completely in accord with open meetings law as you see it?
As I understand it, with the caveat, again, that I'm hearing this question, for the first time, but not had a chance to research it. But again, I was asked this a similar issue a couple of weeks ago by one of your colleagues. The question then was, does the board need to, or a committee of the board need to adhere to an agenda that is prepared prior to the meeting, or can it add new items at the meeting? And the answer to that question is it can add new items at the meeting. And so I think the logical conclusion from that analysis is that motions can be brought forward at the meeting, even if they're not noticed ahead of time.
Okay. Madam Chair, and just following up on that discussion, I'm just making clear that we're trying to, at the table, sort out a whole series of amendments that none of us saw, not even 24 hours ago. So,
Mr. Wilson, were you finished with your comment?
no, Madam Chair. Dr. Garza, could you just state, so that everybody here understands, when did staff make its final correction to the regulation that we're considering right now?
Since you asked, I'm going to go ahead and provide some additional clarification, if I might. Certainly, I respect this body to make these kinds of important policy decisions, but I really want to be clear so that we're not misleading the public as well. This regulation that we're talking about tonight has nothing to do with the regulation that was actually brought up during some of the comments tonight. We've not done that regulation. We've not completed it with regard to access to restrooms and all of that. That's something that we're working on and will be available at some point in the near future. This has to do with how we manage discipline in our schools. It's pretty straightforward. You read the document, it's very straightforward. Our staff, while I regret that there was a change at the last minute, and certainly it prompted a lot of this messiness tonight, and I apologize for that. My team last Thursday made the update to this document, thinking that they were simply doing what we've always done, and that is at the beginning of the document, in the section where it's appropriate, because we're talking about disciplinary decisions. We are precluded from discriminating, and so we typically have always posted our policy around discrimination at the front of this book. The policy that the active and current policy that was adopted by the board in May of last year, number 1450, was inserted, and my staff realized at the last minute we had not updated it. It reflected the older policy. So we changed it thinking it was a cleanup. We regret that it caused this level of angst. After visiting with some school board members, we did revert it back to the original language that is not reflective of the current policy on the books for this board. So it was changed last Thursday. We also didn't appropriately, in my view, send notice to the board members about the why it was changed and notice of when it was changed. So I think those questions that were raised were legitimate, but it was really thinking that it was a policy that was already adopted and trying to update the document.
Okay, but Dr. Garza, my question really wasn't directed towards that particular point. I actually wanted to know specifically, when did you make the final correction, and what was that final correction that you made? Because I don't think that's apparent in what was published on for the public to review. I think
it was posted last Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, no. I'm referring to the corrections that I sent to you last night and asked you to make. What was that change that you made to the document, that staff made?
You had asked for us to revert back to the original proposed language, so we did that yesterday.
Right. Maybe I'm not being clear. So I think my email actually said to you that the document that was posted on the website that had made not just one set of changes, which put in the language that's now going to be part of Mr. McElveen's amendment, but also was then taken out subsequent to that insertion. The date on the document that was posted last night when I returned from the award ceremony still said strike through May 10th. It still referred back to a May 10th date, which of course, that is several versions of the document late. So the document itself still, as of last night, indicated in bold cap letters across every page that this was the strike-through version from May 10th. And that correction was not made until last night or early this morning. And that's why I say we need a do-over on this document because it just wasn't done right.
I believe you answered your own question, Mr. Wilson. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I hope everybody will agree and will vote not to approve this policy or the regulation as it's proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I have Ms. McLaughlin.
You know, I don't want to belabor the order with which Mr. Wilson's motions were put before us. I'm a little concerned because I think that the macro level issue here is coming down to the proposed language that we will have in front of us from Mr. McElveen. And Mr. Foster, I apologize that you're continuing to be consulted here this evening. But I am a little worried about some of the understanding that's being stated here tonight. First of all, what we will be voting on is the student rights and responsibilities. So beyond just discipline, I mean, it is what are our students' rights in our schools. And the amendment that we will ultimately be talking about is very explicit. It's not our policy where we said we do not discriminate. That was something we voted on a year ago. This one is very more explicit in what we are promising for rights for our students. Specifically, I want to just break it out. It's saying that on the no student in FCPS shall, on the basis of, and it gives all the different categories.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Ms. McLaughlin. Yeah. We don't have the amendment in front of us yet, so I think we should not be speaking to it right now, if you don't mind. So if you can ask your question without speaking to the amendment yet, that's not on the table, or save your question.
That's okay. I guess it's just as long as then there is a clear understanding, because of again of the order of these motions. What I heard Dr. Garza saying, and I think Ms. Hines, you getting clarification of, we could go ahead and postpone on the next amendment that we're considering and still vote on the rest of the SR&R.
Yes, I think that's clear.
And then take up the amendment on June 30th and add it back in.
And any other amendment anybody wanted to bring?
Okay.
So, all right, do we have one more go back from Mrs. Schultz? Okay.
So I'm really glad, Dr. Garza, that you brought up that the whole purpose of this regulation is to talk about how we discipline students, because that's the enacting part of this document. That is precisely why it is a regulation and not a policy. It talks about how the division will go about addressing student behavior, because this goes into the hands of every single student, and they have to sign that they will obey what is in the SR&R, and parents have to sign, acknowledge that they've received it. And if something happens later in a discipline case, and everybody in this room, regardless of what side you're on, needs to pay attention to this. This is why this is so important. They will be held accountable for having signed this document, and any discipline action will be taken in accordance with this document. and the students will rise and fall on what's in this document. That is why it's so important. Some of the questions that I've asked that have to do with, and if you want to just take this whole thing out, because this has nothing to do with discipline. So if you want to just strike this out and just talk about how we discipline students, that's fine, because we've addressed gender identity and bullying. And so we've got that covered. So under your definition, there's no reason for this statement to even be here. But the reason why it's important is I've asked things of general counsel and of you and of Dr. Lockard earlier today, as have some of my colleagues, things as basic as what happens if a student decides not to adopt gender identity language? Will that student be punished like in New York City where they're fining people $250,000? That's an important discipline process if they elect not to participate in it. If a transgender student is in a bathroom and is sexually harassed, what does the definition of sexually harassed mean? What if a transgender student is in a locker room and sexually harasses somebody that they're physically attracted to that's the same biological sex? What is that discipline? These are germane issues that have to do with how you and your staff go about and enact and carry out the policy of discipline. And if we're going to go about talking about this, these people, and those people in the back all should have the opportunity to ask questions of what putting gender identity means in terms of the discipline of those students that could change the trajectory of their lives or impact them in terms of their education. Everybody should have the right to be able to participate in a public discussion on what this means for their privacy, for their discipline, for their academics, for their access to athletics, and so on. And so if we don't ever have this discussion because things got posted in the middle of the night or on the same business day as we're actually having this, then no one here has the opportunity to have this discussion. And how 12 people got it, I don't know.
Okay.
But this is not our school system. It's their school system.
Okay.
It's the parents, it's the taxpayers, it's the stakeholders' system. These are their students who will be disciplined as a result of this enacting regulation.
Thank you, Mrs. Schultz. The motion on the table is that the board's action regarding R2601 be postponed until the June 30 board meeting. All those in favor of postponing, of the motion to postpone,
Sorry, Madam Chair.
please
Madam Chair, I
raise
couldn't
your
hear
hand.
you. Could you redo the motion?
Okay, I apologize. The motion is that the board's action regarding R2601 be postponed until the June 30 board meeting. All those in favor, please raise your hand. In favor is Ms. Huff, Mr. Wilson, and Mrs. Schultz. All those opposed, Darnett, Kofax, McIlvain, Strauss, Corbett, Sanders, Evans, Hines, Moon, and Palchik. Any abstaining? Ms. McLaughlin. Okay. All right. As that motion has failed, we have an amendment to be proposed by Mr. McIlvain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the motion by replacing the first sentence of Chapter 1, Section J with the following. No student in FCPS shall, on the basis of age, race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, national origin, marital status, or disability, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjective to discrimination under any education program or activity as required by law.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. I think we will go to Mr. Wilson's motion to postpone consideration of this amendment before we have discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to delay consideration of Mr. McIlvain's motion until the June 30th board meeting to allow public notice of a significant substantive change to Regulation 2601, to give time for board discussion with staff at a work session on issues related to Mr. McIlvain's proposed changes, and to provide time for the board to discuss proposed changes with each other and our communities.
Second.
Seconded by, I'm sorry, Ms. McLaughlin. Okay, we will have discussion on this. I would ask board members in the interest of time not to repeat discussion that we've already had, but Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the guiding principles that I have as a board member is to try to shed more light than heat, and so I appreciate the comments that folks have made tonight, and I understand the emotions that people feel about this issue. But again, as I'd like to reiterate what I said initially, it is critical that to remain civil and open-minded as we have conversations that people feel passionate about. And that is critical to implementing effective and well-considered regulations within our school system. And I was encouraged tonight to hear many of the speakers mention things that I believe in. You know, for example, I, like one of the speakers, affirm the inherent dignity of every human person. I advocate for the well-being of all people, particularly the most vulnerable, especially at a young age and in our schools. It is important that our children understand the depth of God's love for them and their intrinsic worth and beauty. Children should always be and feel safe and secure and know that they are loved. Those families and those individuals who are dealing with the struggles of having a transgender family member, or maybe they're transgender themselves, they are in a difficult situation and deserve everyone's compassion, sensitivity, and respect. But all of these things can be expressed without infringing on legitimate concerns about privacy and security on the part of other young students and their parents. So I made this motion to delay the board's vote on Mr. McElveen's amendment because we haven't had those conversations. We haven't had those discussions. What we've had are a lot of folks who seem to be talking right past each other. And we need to do better. We have to do better. And I don't know whether June 30th is enough time to have some of those public conversations and to get the input that we need to make good decisions as board members. But we're not going to get it done if we vote tonight. Because we've heard suggestions from this podium of changes that need to be made, but that's the first I've heard of them. I haven't heard anybody else make a suggestion from staff. Not a single one. Nothing. We haven't had a single conversation as a board. There is no reason that this urgently needs to be voted on tonight. And I ask this board to consider that and decide to delay the vote on Mr. McElveen's amendment. The policy is in place. This board voted on it. We are charged with implementing it. And this SR&R includes this provision. I'm not sure I agree that it should be in there, but it's there. So we need to then have a discussion that is civil and cooperative, and we listen and acknowledge everybody's opinions, and we bring in all constituents that have an opinion that we should hear. Let's not invalidate groups of people from having opinions.
Are you, Mr. Wilson?
No.
Please continue.
Thank you. One of the last speakers who spoke about moral leadership. What a profound statement. That's actually what we're supposed to do, to provide moral leadership. It's not a one person's decision. It doesn't happen because there is a letter issued by a governmental body. That happens when the community believes in its leaders and its leaders try to help the community move forward. So again, I ask this board to vote to postpone the amendment.
Okay, Ms. McLaughlin?
First, as many know from my vote last May, that I support and I will continue to support non-discrimination of any of our students, including our transgender students in our schools. And my heart goes out to our transgender youth and their families for courageously speaking up and for fighting for equity for all. At the same time, I also firmly believe that we need to be, as leaders of this school board, those who will bring our community together to create unity, not further divisiveness. As leaders and governors of this school system, it is so important that we do due diligence and that we also ensure due process. To date, going back even a year ago, this board promised that while we would absolutely speak in support of non-discrimination, we recognize that there would be some regulations or changes or practices that might come with it, and that we would ensure that we would be transparent and enable the community to be able to understand what, if any, changes would happen in our schools. To date, we haven't had that opportunity. Our board has not been briefed by a nationally recognized consultant to tell us what would be the best practices. And so for my colleagues, what I would say is simply this. Mr. Wilson's motion simply enables this board to take, at least at this time, a couple of weeks to ensure that we can get information from Dr. Garza and from the expert and better understanding the issues that are facing our transgender students and what would be educational best practice, that we can work with her and her leadership team to explore what then, if any, regulations will need to take place and how they would be implemented, and then bring forward that information to our families and our constituents to share with them what we believe is the best thing to do for all of our students and allow them the opportunity and demonstrate the respect to hear from everyone in our community. My concern otherwise is that when you read the language from Mr. McElveen, and one of the things that I was beginning to ask Mr. Foster and was asked to wait is that this language here isn't simply a reiteration of the non-discrimination policy. It actually, Mr. Foster, it's saying that we are telling our students that the school system is committed to ensuring that all students will be able to, will be protected against any exclusion from participating in or being given the benefits of every educational program and activity as required by law. And that's a very detailed and broad statement there that we have not had the opportunity to, again, talk with the school system to understand then how will we handle some of the issues. Even a year ago, when asking about questions Ms. Huff brought up, what's going to happen with sports teams? We've not had that guidance and understanding. We don't have specifically laid out practices. We've been doing it right now on a case-by-case basis, and I believe it's been very effective. I mean, we haven't had complaints from the community to say that what we're doing currently is problematic. But we did promise the community that we would lay out for them beyond the policy of saying we don't discriminate, then how does that translate into our day-to-day practices? And I have concerns that Mr. McElveen's amendment is not simply a statement of policy of non-discrimination. It goes much further in explaining then what will that mean. So I would ask my colleagues that if we want to do our very best work, simply postponing for 2 weeks would enable at minimum, the 12 of us to be better informed through our division council and through our superintendent to make sure that all 12 of us understand the language that Mr. McElveen has put forward tonight. And therefore, I do think it is beneficial for us to simply postpone for 2 weeks and better understand what this means.
Ms. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spent much of today pondering this, whether it made sense to postpone, because certainly we didn't get to where we are tonight in an ideal way. And I thought, well, perhaps if this would give a bit more time just to post and do things in the way we typically like to do and prefer to do, that perhaps that would be warranted. I went back to the original language that we adopted a year ago and saw that Mr. McElveen's language is in fact what we adopted a year ago. It is. Now I realize it's not ideal how we got this way, and I do understand Mr. Wilson's concern about the process. I appreciate where you're coming from, and I do want to say Mr. Wilson has been thoughtful on this issue. You know, this is not a matter of us versus them. I'm not seeing it that way at all. So that's not where my feelings on this come from. But we adopted this language a year ago, verbatim. And it does refer to will not be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity as required by law. That's what we adopted a year ago. So when I realized that really we are just putting in a second place the language that we adopted a year ago after much discussion, after many comments before this board, after many filled boardrooms, which we all remember, we adopted it. And so to put it into our SR&R makes sense to do. Now, I also realize that we will have to have more conversations about this. This isn't the end of this conversation. You know, we are going to have to look at how we implement the non-discrimination policy in a compassionate way, in a sensitive way that respects everyone's needs. So this is not the end of this conversation, but for tonight, I see no reason to postpone it, so I will be voting against the motion to postpone.
Okay, Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Thank you. I feel a little bit like the person who walked in after the intermission in a play, and I'm trying to catch up to figure out how we got here. And this is a really tough situation because I do agree with my colleague, Mr. Wilson, from a process perspective. This was not a good process. But I think everybody up here agrees that this process was not clear, it was not done well, but it was done with the best of intents. That I am sure of. No, I don't believe that there is any malintent in this, but, you know, I've been called naive before. My concern is that there is a policy that the previous board adopted, and it is a policy that is Fairfax County Public School policy. So the inclusion of that policy in the student rights and responsibilities is the appropriate place to include it, and it is verbatim. So I have a slightly different question, which is if we adopt Mr. McElveen's amendment, which is essentially a confirmation of what the board adopted last year, and then postpone the adoption of the SR&R to allow people to talk to their communities, what would be the impact of that? And I'm just throwing that out right now.
Okay. I think that I think the impact would be just that we would wait 2 weeks to adopt the SR&R is what the impact would be. So, you know, if you want to make that sort of amendment at the end of our conversation, you're free to do that and we can discuss it. Is that it, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, or did you have some? Okay.
I do want to say that I appreciate the very thoughtful and compassionate manner in which Mr. Wilson is addressing this.
Ms. Darnett Koufax?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too pondered this today, and Ms. Evans was one of the many colleagues that I spoke to. And as we talked it through, and we talked about stating that this is the language we adopted 1 year ago. This is a reinstatement of the policy adopted because it is students' rights and responsibilities, this document. It is the proper place to put in. This addition is to simply align with the policy that we have already passed. And I think this is one where many of us spoke passionately earlier, some of my colleagues, where you talked about respect and making sure that was the reason this policy was passed last year. It was passed so that all of our students and employees are treated with dignity and respect. And I think when you talk about students' rights, this is just a reinstatement of that policy in this document, which is a very important document. The board that I was elected to, 4 years ago, that board that sat at that time, that was one of our major things which we looked at to ensure that students' rights were protected and they understood what their responsibilities were. So again, I wouldn't accept the motion to postpone. I will be supporting Mr. McElveen's motion.
Ms. Strauss.
Thank you. In the student rights and responsibilities, first, I am sorry that it was an oversight that the policy that was adopted a year ago, it should have been updated and put at it's sort of the boilerplate on the student rights and responsibilities. But to be specific, we do not have regulations in place yet dealing with the larger global conversation. And we heard very passionately about folks asking us, please, would you hurry up and do the regulations that support the policy? And we don't have those yet. On the other hand, what is in the student rights and responsibilities, to be clear, in the section that it says, acts for which students may be disciplined. In other words, this is specifically how students are to behave. Bullying on any basis is not tolerated. Discriminatory harassment, which is harassment based on a person's race, color, religion, national origin, gender, disability, personal or physical attributes, or matters pertaining to sexuality, including sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. In other words, no harassment. Sexual harassment. In other words, this is activity for which students, anybody, can be disciplined. Sexual harassment definition, which includes unwelcome sexual advances, regardless of sexual orientation, requests for sexual favors, and other inappropriate verbal, electronic, or physical conduct of a sexual nature that creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive environment. That's what's in the SR&R. Those statements, that is the kind of behavior, if students exhibit it, that they can be punished in some way. That's it. So on the one hand, we have one group in our audience that are asking us, please clarify the policy that we passed a year ago. A lot of questions about that. We don't have the regulations for that either, so we're not able to answer that question. I think we have other folks that are concerned still with the policy that was passed a year ago. In other words, clarify exactly how this is going to work, and I have to be honest, we haven't. But in the SR&R, the only behavior for which students would be disciplined has to do with sexual harassment, bullying, and actually also deals with pornography and profane language. That's the clarification for students. So when they sign the SR&R, that is what they are saying, is that they will not bully anybody for any reason. They will not discriminate, harass, sexually harass anybody. And they will not use vulgar language or engage in pornography. That is a specific clarification for behavior that we require of students. That's what's in the SR&R. Thanks. Yeah, and it's already there. Those are no changes. But people wanted to know, the purpose of the SR&R is to tell kids what behavior, if they misbehave, they could be punished for. These are the things, and that is it, that would have anything to do with sexuality. In other words, we don't approve of any inappropriate sexual behavior, period, for anybody in our schools. Kids are here to learn. They are not here to engage in sexual misbehavior of any kind by anybody. And if they do, kids can be disciplined. Thanks.
Ms. Huff?
Okay. Thank you. And I do know that, Ms. Strauss, you're making the point about bullying and harassing, but that's not all that this is about. I also see a part that says that no one cannot be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity. So this is straightforward, as it was stated earlier, and it's about discipline. So I have some questions that probably should be able to be answered then. So the first question I have is, how is gender identity defined in the proposed amendment?
If I could, when we get to the proposed amendment, I think we'll be able to answer
Except we're
those
discussing whether or not we should postpone it. So if we can answer all these questions, then maybe we don't need to postpone it. But if
Well-
we can't, then maybe we do.
Well, I'm sorry, but I think that we've done it in the order that we have, so that if there are people on the board who want to discuss the amendment, then you would vote to not postpone the conversation. The postponing of the conversation means that we don't discuss the amendment.
A point of order, Madam Chair. I wonder if there's a parliamentarian that could answer the question of, because the substance of my motion is the amendment. So if we cannot discuss the amendment, then we cannot discuss the motion that I'm making. So I would like, if there's a parliamentarian that could answer that question, I think that would be appropriate.
Mr. I think it's pretty clear that if you are moving to postpone the conversation of something, that you're not going to talk about it.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I think I had a point of order for the parliamentarian.
Parliamentarian? I think that's Mr. Foster.
Everybody's looking at me. I don't think I have ever formally been appointed the parliamentarian, but I will nonetheless answer or try to answer the question. And so, under Robert's rules, the chair has the prerogative to determine whether questions are in order or out of order. I think that the chair had either started to make that ruling or had made that ruling. An appeal can be placed to the chair to appeal her ruling that an item is out of order. And a member simply does that by saying, Madam Chair, I appeal your ruling. And so I hope I provided some guidance.
Thank you, you have. I do think it's out of order because I don't think we can have it both ways. Either you want us to talk about the amendment or you don't. So if you want us to talk about the amendment,
What I want to talk about is whether or not we need to postpone or not.
Okay, we can talk about that, but a question to the maker of the amendment on the
Madam Chair, I have a point of order. Excuse me, I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Excuse me.
No, I have a point of order, Madam Chair, that needs to be recognized under Robert's rules.
I have made a ruling that the question Ms. Huff was asking was out of order.
I'm not asking the maker of the motion. I'm asking staff.
Can you maybe restate your question again?
Sure.
Maybe I missed something.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I need to be recognized for a point of order.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but the question of Ms. Huff is whether or not the definition of gender identity is germane, and this is in fact germane. And if Mr. Foster wants to comment on whether or not,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Schultz, if you disagree with my ruling,
I'm asking. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I have the floor. Madam Chair, I have the floor for a point of order. and that's
you're
not debatable.
You're not asking a point of order.
I am.
are-
I'm asking Mr. Foster on whether or not gender identity is determined to be germane to the question that she's asking for the amendment that's before us. And the question of germane is a point of order, and I can ask it.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the question
not
is or
sure
what I'm
either.
being asked to opine on. I'm sorry to be
Whether
so
or not the
dense.
definition of gender identity is germane to the amendment that Ms. Huff is asking for clarity on.
Okay, so the amendment, as I understand it, is Mr. McElveen's amendment to add language to paragraph J. Is that
Well,
correct?
no, the amendment that we're discussing now is the amendment, is the postponement of the discussion of the amendment.
Okay, so we're talking about Mr. Wilson's motion to
Yes,
postpone.
thank you.
Okay. So the question is Ms. Huff's question on the definition of gender identity germane to the motion to postpone? Is that the question? It is not. The motion to postpone is a procedural motion seeking to move consideration of the item to a date certain, in this case June 30th. So to the extent I'm being asked for a ruling or guidance as the parliamentarian, my guidance is that the question is not germane to the motion to postpone.
Okay, Mrs. Huff, would you try again with your question? Maybe we can make it work.
So I can ask the question?
Well, tell me what you want to ask again. I've kind of forgotten what it was.
Okay. I wanted to know, can I go back to my questions? How is gender identity going to be defined in the proposed amendment? I would like to ask staff that.
So I'm sorry, you're asking how gender identity is defined in Mr. McElveen's proposed amendment?
Or how is FCPS going to define gender identity?
It is not defined in the amendment.
Oh, okay. So staff had originally put it in because they thought that it was correct for it to be a line. They pulled it because there wasn't enough time for community input. So at some point, staff feels like that this should be in because the words are aligned. So I'm just trying to understand the wording that we want in this regulation so I know how to proceed with postponing motions, giving more time to answer questions, and how the board wants to proceed with that.
Okay, well, the motion on the floor is to postpone and not discuss the proposed amendment. So that's really what we're supposed to be talking to now, is whether or not we want to discuss Mr. McElveen's amendment.
Okay. So I will try another route at this point. I feel like there are a lot of questions still to be answered, and it does not make sense to be discussing a motion when those questions haven't been able to be raised, as evidenced, and thus the questions cannot be answered. Given that, we were not elected because people wanted to listen to us talk to each other. We were elected because the voters wanted us to listen to them. Since this opportunity has been stripped, I guess the route I'll go is to speak to the words that they have sent us and over the 100 emails I received in 8 hours today. Emails are literally still coming in. I cannot read them all, but the community deserves to hear what others are saying. If we as a board are going to deny the opportunity for conversation, I will try and present some of those words. But this is the exact reason we need to be delaying the discussion of this amendment until the community themselves can speak for themselves.
Okay. Are you finished? Please keep going. Okay. We're not going to wait for applause.
So, of the many emails I received, there was a great sentiment that this feels like it is being rushed through again. That if we are going to consider it, I believe the wording was considerable community input last May. Having a topic presented a year ago as new business and then voting on it 2 weeks later, which allowed for a total of 20 speakers out of 1 million people, does not constitute considerable community input. Please tell me. Please tell me we all believe this is complex enough for roundtable discussions, for town halls, and for real conversation. And I'm going to read one email I received. from a parent. And she said, first of all, let me say that this message is not prompted by partisan feelings, and I do not identify with either political party. Second, we appreciate the work that the school board has done. Third, we have 3 children who went through FCPS and who self-identify as bisexual. Some of our young friends are transgendered. Regardless of how we feel about fairness and sensitivity, the proper process that is, the hearing should be held. The consultants that our tax dollars paid for should be allowed to complete the recommendations. Noticing of meeting agenda items is almost certainly a procedural process in your policies, and those should not be undermined and worked around in order to manipulate the goals of some members of the school board. Similarly, the public's input should be encouraged and not manipulated or controlled, such that only hand-selected voices are heard. The school board is supposed to represent us, the voters. If a business person used the tactics that some members are using to cut out others, both school board and the public, that person would be fired for unethical behavior. So we can continue to say that this is not about needing to wait for the consultant's report. We can say that this isn't enacting anything, but the fact of the matter is there are questions that putting things in a regulation that we ask our students to sign is an enactment. There are going to be questions, and we do need to answer them before we pass this amendment.
Mrs. Schultz? Mrs. Schultz?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. So I'd like to go back to what my good colleague from Drainsville, Ms. Strauss, said, that this document is only used to discipline students. It's only used to discipline students. There's 2 R's, students' rights and responsibilities. It is not just used to give discipline, it is also used to convey the rights that we confer on students when they go on our buses, when they are on our athletic teams, when they go into our buildings, when they go on trips representing our school system, all students. And to say that this is not enacting is nothing short of folly. It is nothing short of folly for all students, and everybody in this room better listen to me, because when I say all students, I'm sure that everybody in this room is just as concerned about the rights that their students, that they're supporting, have and have access to in this school system, which in 399 days, this board hasn't had a single discussion about what was passed last May. That was a policy we said from here, I didn't say, other people said from here, they're just the words that are reflecting our values of what we already do. This is not reflecting values. This is conveying rights and holding children accountable as a responsibility, and then if they don't, we're gonna punish them. I think everybody in this room wants to know if there is a boy who identifies as a female, will he be barred from playing on the girls' athletic team? Will he be permitted to play on the girls' athletic team? Will he be barred from playing on the boys' athletic team? Will he be permitted to play on the boys' athletic team? If you have a girl who identifies as a male, the same questions apply. Those are rights. And anybody here who wants to shorten the discussion cuts off your access to influence those rights. And you do not want to do that in the name of speed, because poorly done policy is done fast. There is no consideration for anybody's privacy when there's no consideration for some people's privacy. There's no consideration for anyone's rights when there's no consideration for some people's rights. And the public, whether you're over here, in the middle, over there, watching at home, watching on the TV, watching on the on the internet, you haven't had the opportunity to say, when we enact something that says that no student, fill in the blank, will be denied the benefits or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity as required by law. The Dear Colleague letter is not law. It's not law. It doesn't guarantee anybody anything. It actually is nothing. It is a suggestion. Do you want any rights for any of your students to be confirmed or denied by this board? You haven't had that conversation. You haven't weighed in. We haven't talked about it in 399 days. And they're saying all we're doing is just rememorializing what we did last May. Then why haven't we talked about it in 399 days?
Are you finished?
You can parse the words all you want, but our board cannot be in a position of doing harm. Delaying this 2 weeks doesn't do anything to anybody, and it affords everybody a lot. It affords us conversations. The people at this board table haven't even read the 9.5 pages of questions that I've submitted to the school system. My colleagues deserve the right to see those questions. You deserve the right to see those questions. They deserve the right to have questions in response to my questions. That's called dialogue. That's how you make good policy. And we are not in a position right now when Facebook has 58 genders and New York City has 31 genders. I don't know how many genders we're going to define, how many we're going to protect, how many we're going to support. Don't you want to know? I do. I've asked that question. I have no answer for that. I don't know what gender identity even means according to the school system. I know what some people interpret it to mean, and different websites have different definitions. You have a school board that is accountable to you, and you have heard tonight professed that we haven't talked to each other in 399 days or since last night. There are multiple amendments on the table that we're having difficulty clearing up right here at the table. And when is common sense going to prevail and say, if we wait 2 weeks and allow the public an opportunity to comment, and we reasonably, prudently answer people's questions and continue the dialogue in respect that everybody's rights are preserved, predominantly your First Amendment's rights?
Okay, next is Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to support Mr. Wilson's motion to postpone, but I'll be, as a seconder, I'll be supporting Mr. McElvin's instead. A colleague of mine mentioned about that we are elected to represent people. Yes, we were elected to represent people, and we all ran in the November election. That's why we are sitting here, and we all got elected. A very few of us last year did not support policy 1450, and few of us during the course of a campaign were critical of the board's adoption of policy 1450. I do not expect people who are critical or who did not support policy 1450 to support Mr. McElvin's amendment. I just do not. So I understand when they are again critical when not supporting Mr. McElvin's amendment. When you look at SRNR, as another colleague of mine pointed out, it has both rights and responsibilities. Let's look at the rights, what it contains. Some of the rights, right of expression, probably philosophical, broad policy statement. Right to distribute literature. Rights of adult students and their parents. And right to complain. They are all in there, SRNR. And we have, for many, many years, also had right to equal opportunity. And we already have a language in there. And what Mr. McElvin is trying to accomplish tonight is that particular language already in there to be aligned with the policy 1450, which was adopted by the board, last board, by the vote of 10-2 after extensive discussion. We're not changing anything, and my colleagues, I believe, do well understand why we have not had regulations in place yet. If they say they don't understand why we have not had regulations for 355 days, I think that board members should perhaps have a further conversation with our division council. Therefore, as I stated at the beginning, I am not going to support Mr. Wilson's motion, but I'll be supporting Mr. McAlpin's.
Okay, I have some go-backs. Ms. McLaughlin?
One of the things that I really hope for everyone to understand is that tonight's conversation is about the community's understanding of the board's work. And while there's been efforts to clarify that the amendment before us is simply a reiteration of what we already have in our policy, for the public, because of the suddenness of the amendment, it's creating a misunderstanding in the public that we are doing something different, that we are taking greater steps to change our practices within the system. And so the value of the postponement is not necessarily our own personal clarity, but it is about helping ensure that the public feels we were transparent and that we really were allowing full engagement. And my concern is that by dismissing this opportunity for 2 weeks, it prevents us this opportunity over the next 2 weeks to actually help educate our community and reassure them that this is a board that is deeply committed to accountability, transparency, and public engagement. So the motion, I believe, actually enables our board to reflect its commitment to those three principles, to reassure the public that while the language might look new to some, it is identical to our non-discrimination policy, and that we were instructed a year ago by our division council that under federal laws, we needed to be providing this non-discrimination protection to all of our students. So a year ago, I voted in support of that policy. I believe we shouldn't discriminate, and I also knew that we needed to follow the law. But there is some misunderstanding in the community that this language before us, because of the way in which it arrived so last minute, it's creating a false perception in the public that we're trying to do something under the radar, that they, we don't want them to know about. And sadly, that isn't true. I mean, this is a board that I do believe is committed to. And so as a result, I believe that the merits of postponing for 2 weeks is really to enable the board to better educate the public who is viewing this as are trying to do something that is less than transparent.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. McLaughlin, for your raising the point that this policy that's before us is one that was adopted last May, and that it is verbatim of what was adopted last May as the non-discrimination policy that was adopted by the board. And one of the critical pieces of it is as required by law. And so the as required by law is the piece that is going to require additional clarification as the law becomes more crystallized and clear, because that is what is happening in courts and elsewhere across the country. And so the policy, which the amendment that Mr. McElveen put forth is just a restatement of what has already been adopted and what is existing policy for Fairfax County Public Schools. I do think that the going forward and creating a better understanding of the implementing regulations is going to be something that needs to be done in a very transparent and open manner, and one that should engage all stakeholders. But the piece that is so important here is that it is as required by law, and this is something that the school board already has as existing policy. And what the role of putting it in this document is to make sure that every student who comes into school and all of their parents understands the policy and regulation as far as non-discrimination and opportunities.
Ms. Evans?
I just want to address the idea that we haven't had a conversation about this. We had a very lengthy conversation about this a year ago. We had a excuse me, Mrs. Schultz. I am speaking. Please do not interrupt me. We had a very lengthy conversation about this topic a year ago. We had many, many speakers. We had a filled school board room. We had hundreds of emails a year ago. This is not a new conversation. This is a conversation that we had a year ago. We took a stand a year ago against discriminating against transgender students. That was the stand we took a year ago. We made that our policy. It was a 10-to-1 vote. It was overwhelming. Tonight we look at it again only because it was inadvertently left out of another piece of our SR&R. But it is nothing new. We have had many conversations about this. We a year ago made a decision, and we are going to stick to our decision tonight, and it is time to get on with it and vote.
I'm going to give Mr. Wilson the last word, and then we will vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Palchik hasn't spoken yet. You go first, and then Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. I will be brief. I was going to wait, but I just wanted to read a letter from a constituent I received today. As your constituent, I write to ask you to please support Ryan McElveen's amendment this evening to ensure that the student rights and responsibilities correctly reflects the FCPS non-discrimination policy. The board spoke clearly last year with nearly unanimous support and said that it would protect the rights of all students, teachers, and faculty regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. I hope you will do so again to make sure that these policies are reflected in this important document. And while I was not a member of this board last year, I was in the audience in support of this policy and will do so again. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of mentions that I think relate and are pertinent to this discussion. The first thing I'll mention is that the policy we're talking about, which was enacted a year ago, and there obviously was a contentious discussion in this room about that policy, is currently still subject to a lawsuit that challenges the authority of this board to implement this policy. And the Dear Colleague letter issued by the Department of Justice and Department of Education is currently being challenged in the federal courts. I don't think that we need to rush a decision when the state of law is uncertain. We may have had a conversation a year ago, but it's pretty stale, and I'm not sure we got to the granular level that this community expects. I'd also like to read from an email that I received today. This board received it. It says, I wrote to Superintendent Garza on May 25th, requesting information about how Fairfax County Public Schools intended to proceed regarding the guidance. On May 31st, I received a response from a senior staff member stating, prior to the issuance of the Department of Education's and Justice guidance on transgender students, the school board amended its non-discrimination policy to ensure that no student will be discriminated on the basis of his gender identity. Fairfax County Public Schools is continuing to review and monitor the current federal and state court cases related to transgender individuals, as those decisions will guide our future work on the approval of the related regulations. Just as a caveat, I think this regulation is a related regulation. When I asked about the report that was supposed to be created regarding how the changes to the non-discrimination policy would be implemented so I could review it and participate in the public review period, I was told, again, that we are waiting on the decisions from the court cases before we submit proposed regulations for review by the school board and our community. This is senior staff. For example, Fairfax County Public Schools anticipates that the Court of Appeal in the Fourth Circuit will provide Virginia schools with binding legal interpretation of the requirements. Once again, once we have legal, this is from the staff, once we have legal interpretation, the central staff will work with the consultant, legal counsel, and the school board to determine next steps for the regulation. This proposed change to the regulation regarding gender identity, while the policy was passed a year ago, was presented today. Senior staff a week ago was sending emails to the community of Fairfax County saying that we are going to wait to act on regulations pending clarification of the case law. This isn't a conversation that's helpful to develop a good policy. This is literally confusion being circulated in our community. Please hold your applause. There is no rush on this, as been mentioned several times. It was last May that the board enacted the policy. The SR&Rs last year could have reflected this language. The board that voted for that policy decided not to incorporate this language in the SR&Rs. They had the chance. They had 10 1-to-1 votes. They had community participation apparently, but they didn't do it. They waited a year. Now, on the day we're voting on it, the language is inserted. We're asked to vote on it without any further conversations, without any instruction from staff about how regulations will be implemented, how this affects individual students, individual teachers in terms of their decision making. And we should wait, have some discussions, and do this the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. So the motion on the table, I will not reread the full motion, but it is the motion to delay consideration of Mr. McElvain's motion amendment until the June 30th board meeting, and then as described in the agenda item. All those in favor of the motion to delay, please raise your hand. Ms. Huff, Mr. Wilson, Ms. McLaughlin, and Mrs. Schultz. All those opposed? Derenak, Kofax, McElvain, Strauss, Evans, Hines, Moon, and Palchik. Do we have any abstaining? Ms. Corbett Sanders abstaining. The motion fails. Now, Mr. Wilson has another motion to postpone. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This final motion that I have tonight, actually, I think because I was having to write my motions while I was putting my tie on this evening to come to this meeting, I wasn't able to really spend enough time to actually discuss it with my peers, to review it in any detail, or even to discuss it with the clerk. We did not have time. I sent her what I was thinking, and she drafted it, and here it is on my chair. So this is not perfect, but I have tried to adjust it slightly In substance, it is the same. So, my motion, I believe the numerous questions raised by Mr. McElveen's amendment raise unique and complex questions that require considerably more study and investigation than is possible tonight. Thus, I move to postpone Mr. McElveen's the vote on Mr. McElveen's amendment indefinitely for an indefinite period of time so that it can be referred, so that we can refer the proposed new language to a special committee to study and to investigate with staff these questions. I propose that the committee be made up of several board members, including, but not limited to, Mr. McElveen, Mr. Huff, Mr. Corbett Sanders, and myself.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I don't think that is the language exactly that we have in front of us on the blue sheet. So is there any way that we could get the language up on the screen that Mr. Wilson just said? So perhaps we could take a 2-minute break while Mr. Wilson writes down his actual language, and we will come back in 2 minutes with that on the screen behind us. Is that possible, Madam Clerk? Thank you. 2 minutes.
I'm not sure I'm that fast.
Board members, please come back to the table. If audience members would please sit down, that would be helpful. Okay, we are reconvened. Please come back to the table. Okay, Madam Clerk, as soon as, great, thank you. Sorry, don't mean to rush you. I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Wilson, would you check the language on the screen and let us know if that's correct? Okay. Okay, we are still, we're still in session. We're not in recess. I will walk away from the table for a second, but we are not in recess.
Madam Chair, if you could please return to the dais, we can get started. So I apologize for the delay. It kind of reminds me of the cross-country trips my family and I used to make where I wasn't allowed to get out of the car to go to the bathroom for several hours, usually between something like Omaha and Denver. Okay, so this is the motion. Again, I believe the numerous questions raised by Mr. McElveen's amendment raise unique and complex questions that require considerably more study and investigation than is possible tonight. Thus, I move to postpone the vote on Mr. McElveen's amendment for an indefinite period of time so that we may refer the proposed new language to a special committee to study and investigate with staff these questions. I propose that the committee be made up of several board members, including, but not limited to, Mr. McElveen, Mrs. Huff, Mrs. Corbett-Standers, and me.
I'll second it again.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I will start with Mr. Wilson for discussion. And once again, I would just ask board members in the interest of time to try not to repeat statements that you've already made. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for everybody who stayed tonight and participated in this conversation with us. My apologies for the board that we couldn't do it in a little more mannerly fashion at times, and I think I have failed in my quest to produce more light than heat. But I believe that our conversation does clarify one critical point, and that is that the discussion and the board members' involvement in that discussion with the community and with staff, with the LGBT community, and with concerned citizens in Fairfax County needs to happen, and I think that a special committee of this board that could set aside time to meet, to discuss, to bring in the consultant that we've already hired, to find out the consultant's opinions, and to consider all of the issues that people have talked about would be very valuable for this board. And I think that we've heard that it is possible in the future to vote on the language proposed in Mr. McElveen's amendment. So I urge everyone on the board to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Schultz?
Mr. Foster, is the Dear Colleague letter enforceable by law, and if so, which one?
Ms. Schultz, we had a discussion, as you know, earlier on some legal issues in closed session. Your question is appropriate for closed session. I am not going to answer that question in an open session unless directed to do so by a majority of this board.
Okay. So, well, I can pretty much answer that because there's a footnote at the bottom that says it's not enforceable by any law. So maybe I suffer from the same disease as Mr. Wilson, that sometimes I ask questions I know the answer to, trying to reasonably get information on the record for the public. One of my colleagues, Ms. McLaughlin, earlier tonight referred to us as leaders and governors of this system. That's true, but when we think of ourselves as leaders and governors, we put ourselves in a position that is above the public. I prefer to think of ourselves as public servants and stewards because you've entrusted us to run this. And when I can't tell any student what their status is in terms of their rights by a document that we're attempting to pass, and I will give you a very specific example. Code of Federal Regulations, Title 34, Part 106, allows for the discrimination of students based on their vocal range or quality that may result in chorus or choruses of predominantly one sex. Predominantly one sex. We've been told in the Dear Colleague letter that sex is gender. We've been told by certain community members that sex is gender. What this says is that your federal government is allowing us to discriminate against you based on sex. Well, what sex? Are we barring transgenders from choruses? I don't know the answer to that. That's your right to know the answer to that before we pass and tell you what your rights are. So it's a novel concept to say that this merely reflects what we did last May. Mr. Rigby has asked no fewer times than have I what the status is of the report from the consultant in terms of what best practices are in treating all students with dignity, privacy, and honoring parental rights of their minor children. He's asked no fewer times than have I. Neither side has the answer, but we're memorializing if we do not refer this to a committee or delay or engage the community on what the students' rights and responsibilities are. And if we proceed past this amendment, we are going to hold our children more accountable than we're going to hold ourselves for answering the public on what we're passing even means. Federal law prohibits or allows us to prohibit access to contact sports. Who gets to play what sport? Athletics are very, very important in Fairfax County, extremely important in Fairfax County. That is a value that Fairfax County has in terms of the mental health and wellness of students, the physical wellness of students. I can't tell you what anybody's right is. Everybody saw the Alaska story this week. We have a discussion before us that we don't even have the regulations yet, according to my colleague, Ms. Strauss from Drainsville. If we don't even have the regulations and we don't even know what they mean, then why would we pass a regulation that says the students have rights and responsibilities and access to any education program and any activity? That is a reasonable thing to defer to a larger community group to met out what these issues are so that everybody's rights and everybody's privacy can be respected. This is a reasonable thing to do on a complex issue that you don't solve in a single business day shooting from the hip, which is exactly what we're going to be doing tonight if we move past this motion. We have a responsibility to all members of the public to enact the rights and responsibilities well. So this is a next step in an attempt to eke out some common sense at this table. And again, we're not doing any harm by referring this and including more voices at the table so that the end product represents better or at all what the community wants and what individuals need in terms of a confirmation of their individual rights under our policies. And it's not a policy, it's a regulation. And last May, we said we wouldn't enact any regulations. So let's not go ahead and break our word from last May.
Okay, seeing no other oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Huff.
So as Mr. Wilson mentioned, this amendment has not been discussed. The first time I read it was actually when he just read it out loud. But as I think about it, and this is how we get to significant community input and conversation. For clarification purposes, the definition of conversation, I just looked up, is a form of interactive, spontaneous communication between two or more people. Typically, it occurs in the spoken language, as written exchanges are usually not referred to as conversation. The development of conversational skills and etiquette is an important part of socialization. Discussion, the act of talking about something with another person or a group of people, a conversation about something. Receiving emails and listening to public speakers and then 12 people talking about it is not extensive community conversation.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I know we're trying to be brief and move through the meeting. I just wanted to extend the courtesy to Mr. Wilson to let him know that while I greatly appreciate his efforts to really look for opportunities on how we could be as engaged with the public on this issue, and also to enable the board to better understand how our policy decision last year impacts the work that we do and Dr. Garza and her administration does. I don't actually feel that this motion here is going to be the best vehicle for that. I believe, as I supported the prior motion, that we would benefit from at least a 2-week postponement to have strong community engagement as well as stronger communication among the board and with the administration on this amended language. And so, Mr. Wilson, I just wanted to say I very much appreciate all your efforts to identify the best ways, but on this particular motion, I won't be supporting it.
Okay, Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the questions that was raised when I reviewed the amendment proposed by Mr. McElveen is regards how and even the appropriateness of adding age as a basis for discrimination amongst children, since the age discrimination laws in this country protect the elderly. That's one of the pieces of Mr. McElveen's amendment, and I realize that it's a parroting of the policy, anti-discrimination policy that Fairfax County has, but again, I think it reflects the last-minute nature and the lack of ability to have conversations among the board and staff. As far as I know, we do discriminate against 3-year-olds, even if they are brilliant, from starting kindergarten. And I think we tell 32-year-olds that they can't sign up as 9th graders in our schools. And I think everywhere in between, we do use age as a method of discriminating between students in terms of what they're allowed to participate in and how they access and use our school system. I don't think that's the most important question that we've raised tonight, but I do think it is reflective of why we need to slow down and do this the right way. And again, it may not be a perfect solution, as Ms. McLaughlin has pointed out, but it is the only solution now that we have left other than deciding to either approve of the amendment or to disapprove of the amendment. And so while it wasn't my first motion, it's the only one that's left, and I urge this board to consider voting in favor of it at this point. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, the motion is the one hopefully still printed above us here, okay, which is to postpone the question in order to send to committee. I'll just summarize that. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That would be Ms. Huff, Mr. Wilson, and Ms. Schultz. Those opposed, Derenak Kofax, McIlvain, Strauss, Corbett, Sanders, Evans, Hines, Moon, McLaughlin, and Palchik. That motion fails. All right, so we are now at Mr. McIlvain's motion to amend. Mr. McIlvain, would you please reread your motion, and then you can speak to it?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move to amend the motion by replacing the first sentence of Chapter I, Section J with the following. No student in FCPS shall, on the basis of age, race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, national origin, marital status, or disability, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity as required by law. So last year, after a vigorous public debate, the Fairfax County School Board made history in amending our non-discrimination policy to include gender identity. Our board voted to respect and love all of our students and employees for who they are. Our Fairfax County Public Schools always are held up as places of love, diversity, and inclusion. And I was so proud to join my colleagues to ensure that remains a reality. I'm honored to serve with colleagues who had the courage of conviction to make that change, and I hope my colleagues again will uphold that courage tonight. To put it simply, there's one sentence in our SR&R handbook that restates our non-discrimination policy. Unfortunately, as we have heard quite a few times tonight, due to an oversight by our staff, that new policy language was not included in the SR&R document that the board will adopt tonight. There has been concern expressed that this change was added at the last minute. However, the school board did not learn until yesterday afternoon that our adopted non-discrimination policy language would not in fact be part of the SR&R. As a result, when I learned this and conferred with the chair, I put forward this amendment as soon as I learned. So tonight, I am proposing an amendment to the SR&R to replace the old non-discrimination policy sentence with the approved policy language. The goal is to ensure that the board's policy is consistently and accurately represented. Now, I have one question for Dr. Garza, just one. Since the non-discrimination policy language already was approved last year, will any of our current practices change by making this change to the SR&R?
No, it would not, because that's the current policy on the books.
Thank you.
Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your second?
I think I've spoken enough.
Do we have any other? Mr. Press.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate very much Mr. McIlvain's amendment to Regulation 2601 and support it wholeheartedly with the greatest belief in the rights of all students and in good governance. Every student that comes to class in FCPS has a right to feel safe, at home, and welcomed. We do an excellent job of that already. I hear from students every single day about the great environment we provide at school. They feel safe. They feel welcomed. They feel happy. That is in large part due to the fact that they know that this board, this leadership team, and the school leadership that they have value their comfort. But let me be clear, only protecting the rights of 99% of students to me is an abject and outright failure. That means that there are nearly 2,000 students that this board and leadership team are not actively working to protect. If there is one student whose rights to safety and a meaningful education are detracted from, then we have set them and ourselves up for failure. Whether based on color, sex, creed, marital status, or any other category, everybody in this system has a right to be their authentic selves. Dr. Garza, you mentioned that nothing would change in practice. And while that might be the case, I would argue that the student rights and responsibilities is the definitive place that our students and our families and our community members go to when they have questions about their treatment and their rights as members and parts of this system. We owe it to them to put into this handbook the policy that this board voted on last May. Because if we do not do so, we are being dishonest with them, because that is the current practice. By not reflecting the current practice in our handbook, we are not being honest brokers. Students have rights. They have the right to address their grievances with administration. They have the right to express themselves. They have the right to be safe when they come to school. And they have the right to equal opportunity. All students do. By outlining the rights in this document, as Mr. McElveen's amendment does, we provide students an explicit explanation of how our schools, which are constitutionally obligated to serve all students, will protect them. We outline the fact that we will stand by them, rather than cowering behind bigotry and misunderstanding. We must take this action, and I urge this amendment's immediate passage. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Huff.
Okay, so now I think it's time for the questions. So, as I asked earlier, how is gender identity defined in the proposed amendment? And I guess I'll ask the maker of the motion.
I would refer that to either Mrs. Lipp or Dr. Garza.
As has been stated earlier, we are crafting a regulation that more explicitly, and it will include a lot of definitions. But I would say that this policy, again, is your policy around non-discrimination. We don't necessarily anywhere define the terms gender identity, nor do we define race, color, age, religion, national origin, just like, I mean, there are many others that are specifically denoted within our non-discrimination policy.
So then who decides if the right of a person, I'm not sure how to say this, how do we decide if the right of a person has been discriminated based on gender identity if there's no definition?
That's probably a legal question in terms of the courts. It's just like a harassment claim, just like a non-discrimination claim, and I'm not an attorney, but one has to, when there's been discrimination or harassment or anyone's been treated unfairly, they would have to make a claim, and there'll be a process to judge whether or not that claim is valid or not.
But we're asking our students to sign this, and we're telling them we don't know if they're in the end going to have discriminated against somebody. Our students will be disciplined based on regulations that we enact, and we are putting this policy wording, and this is the problem. When we said that the policy was passed and nothing would change, that we needed consultation, we are taking that and we're putting it in a regulation. I see this book 3 times in my kids' book bags every fall, and we look over it, and I have them write their name on it. They can't sign yet, they're in elementary school. But now there's something in there that I don't know the definition of. I can't explain to them if they have if they are violating it, we can't explain it to them. We haven't talked about it, yet we are going forward and saying we're going to hold them accountable to it. So I still need to know what we're holding them accountable to. What will be the definition for gender identity that we will explain to our children when we ask them to sign the book?
Again, this is reiterating our current policy. I don't know that this is the proper place for us to have that definition. I understand your question. Now, it would be the same way like a harassment claim. You would protect students from harassment.
But we
could sit here
define
tonight.
harassment. I can explain to my child what harassment is. I can't explain to them the definitions of gender identity. We haven't done that as a school system. Our school system has defined harassment.
Are you finished, Ms. Huff?
Well, is there an answer? Because I'm being asked to vote for this and to put it in our manual.
I believe I did answer the question. I understand you don't like my answer necessarily, but I already did answer the question.
Okay. Ms. Huff, you have asked your question and gotten an answer. Do you have another question? Okay.
Yeah. So I guess my other questions don't matter because we don't have a definition for gender identity that we're going to uphold our students to. What does it mean to discriminate based on gender identity under any education program or activity?
Perhaps, Mr. Foster, if you can field some of these questions as best you can in the moment.
Okay. With respect to the SRNR, we already in the SRNR provisions, I think, as you know, Ms. Huff, that provide that bullying, for example, based on gender identity is a violation. So that would be one example of discrimination based on gender identity. Anyway, I hope I've at least answered the question.
No, I know that our children are not allowed to bully or harass. I can explain that to my children. I have definitions for bullying and harassing. I don't know what it means to discriminate based on gender identity under any education program or activity.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the particular actions of the student that determine whether that amounts to discrimination in that particular case. So I can't address cases that are not before the board or before me. As has been noted previously, this policy in the SRNR that's before the board is reflecting what was adopted a year ago, I think that's what's before the board.
So at this point, there's no meaning behind discriminating based on gender identity under any education program or activity?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Ms. Huff.
Because I don't understand what we're trying to pass, and this is what I'm saying.
Right.
Our students are going to be asked to sign something. We as adults need to explain to them what they're signing. I need to know what it means to discriminate based on gender identity under any education program or activity. Does that mean that any student can play on any sports team?
The reference that many of you keep referring back to into the current policy on non-discrimination, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of, and it goes on, that has always been in the non-discrimination policy in this division for a long, long, long time. The only thing we added last year was the words gender identity, and previous to that, sexual orientation some months back. Right. The rest of that language was exactly what it's been for many, many years. We've never explicitly defined in any regulation or anywhere what does that mean.
Well, I know what it means to not discriminate based on race under any education program or activity. I know that whether you're black, white, brown, any color, any race, that you can participate in any education program activity. I don't know what it means when it's based on gender identity. Do we?
Ms. Huff, to again tie it, this is Division Council for the purposes of the record. So to tie it back to the SR&R that's before the board this evening, I direct your attention to page 27 of my document, which is the glossary of the SR&R, and this defines discriminatory harassment. And as I understand it, this definition was amended a year ago approximately to include gender identity. So discriminatory harassment is defined as verbal, electronic, or physical action that denigrate or show hostility toward an individual because of his or her race, color, religion, national origin, gender, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, genetic information, or any other characteristic protected by federal and/or state law. Harassment may create an intimidating, hostile, or offensive learning environment and/or interfere with an individual's academic performance. So, for the purposes of the SR&R, this definition does lay out what constitutes discriminatory harassment and therefore discrimination.
Yeah, I understand discriminatory harassment. So is it discriminatory harassment to not allow a certain gender to participate on a certain sports team? Is that discriminatory harassment?
That isn't a disciplinary issue, as I understand it.
But it could be if a student who, I don't know, is a female on the track team is saying, I actually disagree with the fact that a male identifying as a female is on my track team and I just lost my spot because that transgender female is faster than me. Are they now discriminating against, as a student, by asking that question? They are now discriminating, I think, based on gender identity under any education program or activity.
We would have to look and work with the particular director of student activities. Please, I'm trying to speak, and your laughing is distracting. We would have to work with the DSA for the particular school and the principal and those who are involved on a case-by-case basis to determine the scenario and hypotheticals that you are laying out would qualify as discriminatory harassment under the existing SR&R.
Ms. Huff, if I may, I think I know where you're going, that you don't feel like you have enough information to support this language right now. And I hear you saying that. I don't know how worthwhile spending it would be for us to spend more time having you ask specific questions of counsel, which really are, if I could finish, I think really fall into legal advice probably. So he is probably somewhat disinclined to answer very fully all of your questions right now. This might not be the opportunity for that. So I think the message is clear that you think you don't have enough information to support this. Is that fair?
Well, I agree. I don't have enough information to support this, but it seems like everyone else feels they have enough information to support this. So maybe someone who feels like they have enough information to support this can answer the question.
Okay, maybe someone will. Do you have anything else?
Can anybody answer for me how we're going to... What is the consequence for a Muslim student requesting a same biological gender hotel room for a school overnight trip? This is a system-wide document, is approved tonight. This request will not be discriminatory, and what will her discipline be for violating the new equal opportunity regulation?
Okay, Ms. Huff, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
That, if you have questions of that nature, that really get to, I think, how we will implement the gender identity part of the non-discrimination policy, and that's, we're still, as we've said tonight a few times, we're still working on. But I have a feeling that we're putting council and staff on the spot tonight, perhaps unfairly.
We are putting them on the spot.
If I may finish, if there is another board member who feels like they can answer your questions, I welcome anybody to try.
Okay, I'll just wrap up. We are putting them on the spot. That's absolutely correct. They've had zero time to think about this because we've had zero time to think about it. That's the exact point. We can't answer these questions. I came up with these questions today. I haven't been mulling over them because this hasn't been being required of the students that I am here to protect and help educate. And now I'm being asked to hold them accountable to something we don't have the answers to. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Mrs. Schultz.
So does gender identity, Mr. Foster, include, would in our school's vernacular, under this, would gender identity be applicable to males who identify as males?
You know, Ms. Schultz,
You don't know.
hearing this question for the first time, I
know.
don't know the answer
Okay.
to it, and it wouldn't serve you well, and it wouldn't serve the rest of the
Okay,
board
but
well.
the reason
Please
this-
let me finish.
Okay.
It wouldn't serve you and the rest of your colleagues well if I just tried to shoot from the hip and answer it, okay? And so I'm not going to do it.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. McElveen. Mr. McElveen, under your definition here, would gender identity for this purpose be males who identify as males?
Mrs. Schultz, I don't have an answer to your question, and I don't think this line of questioning is appropriate.
You're asking me to protect children's gender identity and ensure their rights? Ensure their rights with this document. Does a transgender student get to pick their own pronouns? Do they have the right to that? Do they have the right to have a teacher respect them? That's not memorialized here, Mr. Rigby. You can shake your head all you want, but wouldn't you like that memorialized here? Wouldn't you like to know what their rights are?
Madam Chair, I call the question.
In physical education classes, in physical education classes, excuse me.
I second the motion.
Excuse me, in physical education
All
classes.
those in favor of calling the
excuse me.
question, please raise your hand.
Excuse me, I have the
Sarah
floor,
Fairfax,
Madam Chair.
McElvain,
Madam Chair, he
Estrella,
cannot call the question while I have the
Evans,
floor.
Hines,
Point of
Moon,
order, I am
Kolchak.
sorry. I am
All
sorry,
those
I
opposed
have
to
the
calling
floor.
question, please raise your hand. Those
No,
opposed
I'm
to calling
sorry,
the
I
question.
have the floor. You may not yield the floor for me while I have the floor. And I am not yielding
okay,
the floor
excuse me
when
for a
I
second,
have the
Mrs. Schultz.
opportunity to ask and make questions about a significant document,
Please
Madam
excuse
Chair.
me for just a second. Madam Clerk, is it permissible to call the question while and you can take a moment to look this up, while a board member is still speaking? We'll give a second to you or Mr. Foster to tell us if that.
I believe I've been
call
admonished tonight to
question.
not interrupt. How could somebody make a motion which interrupts me while I have the floor? While they're looking it up, I can just keep talking. Finish.
Let's
If you'd
wait.
let me finish, we would already be finished.
But please, let's wait, Mrs. Schultz, because if the calling of the question was
Well, it's curious that we're
was
only going to
allowed,
extend the
then
courtesy
we
to allow people
have
to
to vote.
finish when it's convenient to allow them to finish, not when they actually have the floor.
we have a parliamentary question we're getting answered, we will.
Okay, I'm referring to page 191 of Robert's Rules of Order, 10th edition. And what it says is that calling the question is out of order when another has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Go ahead, finish, Mrs. Schultz.
So part of the question would be, under the rights and responsibilities that we're conveying to students, for example, our students participate in physical education standards, which are then reported to the Virginia Department of Education for the Virginia Wellness Report. Would students be able to have the right to participate in educational standards for physical education in a different gender identity under this language than is their biological sex?
Mrs. Schultz, are you directing that question to Mr. McElvain?
I guess maybe I'm just pontificating, to be perfectly honest, because these are the kinds of questions that are reasonable, that have to do with students' health, wellness, their ability to achieve in our schools, their ability to interact with adults in our schools. And we haven't, again, with very real, whether it's chorus, physical education, contact sports. Are we going to allow boys who identify as girls onto contact sport football teams? And what does that pose in terms of a danger to them physically and to other students physically? Are they prepared to handle, concussions the same way? Do we have the same equipment? These are rights that we're saying we're conveying to them in terms of access to any educational program and any activity. When we separate sexes in family life education, and students are with their biological peers taking health and family life, do they have the right to be in a class with the people that they gender identify with, or with people who they're biologically the same as? These are rights and responsibilities that we're asking our children to be held to, and we can't even define, explain, or have any narrative about it. And I know, Mr. Foster, this is a frustrating position. I'm sorry that we've put you in this position. It's not fair for us to have put you in this position because you can't answer. You shouldn't be expected to answer, not in a professional capacity, not in a collegial capacity, and certainly not in a legal capacity. But this is the problem by what we're trying to do tonight, is there are actually reasonable questions which this document now is going to convey, because this vote's going down. You know this is going to pass. But I'm going to have my say while I have the floor before somebody else tries to rip the microphone away from me against Robert's Rules of Order. This is the problem with messy policy done poorly, without proper engagement. And to address my colleague, and I was rude earlier to have interrupted her when she said we had an extensive conversation earlier, and I apologize to Ms. Evans, but the conversation that I was saying that we haven't had in 399 days, which is absolutely true, is we had no conversation about regulations, about engaging and putting into place the policy that we passed. Regulations enact the policy. And that is what has gone 399 days without one single board conversation about what it means to enact the policy. This, what we're passing tonight, is a regulation. It enacts the policy. And I can't tell these people what it means, and I can't tell these people what it means. I can't tell those people in the back that are still here what it means. I can't tell you what it means because staff can't define it, because we didn't give them the time, because this is becoming a political agenda to certify, oh, well, it's just instituting the language we did last year. And any other time, if it was just a word like race, you know what? For millennia, we've understood what race is. For millennia, we've understood what sex is. We get that. This is new, this is novel, and this is significant. And it takes time to do something like this well, and what's about to happen is all going to be done in a single business day if we get done in the next 59 minutes, and it won't be done well.
Madam Chair,
I'm finished
I call
now.
the question.
Okay, the question has been called. I need a second to call the question. Yes, seconded by Ms. Evans. All those in favor of calling the question? Derenak, Fairfax, McElvain, Strauss, Evans, Hines, Moon, Palchik. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the question has been called, which means that we stop debate and we vote on the motion.
Yep, point of order. Call to question requires 2/3.
Mr. Foster, I'm sorry, I don't recall. Does call the question require 2/3 vote? 2/3? Oh, okay. All right, then we have not. Okay, then it's those opposed to calling the question. Please raise your hand. Huff, Wilson, McLaughlin, and Schultz. Do we have any abstaining? Okay. Well, I think we don't have the 2/3 majority. So I have Mr. Wilson to speak. Mr. Wilson, I had you on the list.
Yeah, I do want to speak. Okay. Are you before me? Is that what you're
Before me? No, I'm just signaling.
Oh, that you want to get in the queue. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to get in the queue. It's getting very late, and I think that it is getting difficult to continue the conversation. I do want to mention a couple things that I think add to the conversation. The first is something that Mr. McElveen mentioned in his introduction of his amendment, and that is that, that his amendment relates to modifications that due to staff oversight in the preparation of the edits to the SR&R manual, they weren't included. In fact, the changes he proposes were inserted by staff after our May 9th all-day work session. And then they were purposefully removed by Dr. Garza yesterday after long conversations between her staff, and numerous board members, including myself and Madam Chair. This hardly reflects simple oversight by the staff. And Madam Chair, I would remind you of something that you said to me yesterday in an email, which was that after reviewing the video from our meetings on 4/28 and 5/9, you wrote that I don't think the board has had enough opportunity to discuss and vote on Mr. McElveen's change. I want to know what changed between yesterday and today, and why we can't delay this. I would like someone to give a good reason why we can't delay this. I understand that this reflects what was voted on last year. But why, as a board member, do I have to be on a yo-yo of changes being made that aren't accurately reflected in the document itself, which did not keep up its version control so that I knew which version I was looking at? The date remained the same, 5/10. And that now, when we're asking questions, members of this board are asking to call the question, to cut off debate, which apparently has been so robust and prolonged in one evening that now we don't need to discuss it anymore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. McLaughlin?
First, I do have a clarifying question. As stated a year ago, I voted in support of the non-discrimination policy, and I'm proud of that vote. But I'm also aware that within a few weeks later, our board did vote on the SR&R, and we didn't make this update then. And then a year later, the second time we're to vote in support of the SR&R with this change in policy already in place, it didn't come again in the draft until one of our colleagues noted it during a work session. And so I was just, for the public's sake, because I think a lot of this conversation has to do with the public trying to understand what Mr. McElveen's amendment meant and its arrival of when it came. And I really care about the success of our school system and the board. And I feel that we are communicating something incorrectly here. So, Dr. Garza, is there just a simple explanation for why, after we voted for our non-discrimination policy last May, that this simple change of having identical language not get put into place with our SR&R last year as well as in the draft this year? I mean,
there's no explanation. It should have been addressed last year. At the time, it just was not caught by a school board member nor a member of the staff. I'm not suggesting that's right or wrong, but it should have been addressed last year.
Okay.
And it was not. It was brought to our attention. We realized the oversight. We tried to make that correction. And in doing so, it's made this process messy, and I regret that. But it was simply trying to update the document.
So what happened then this year, within just the last few days, is that questions were raised about whether or not this updated language was pro forma, or if in fact it was language that the community hadn't had a chance to vet and understand, since we had the SR&R posted about a month ago. And so the language was pulled out a few days ago, and Mr. McElveen then stepped forward and said he would put it forward as an amendment. Am I correct in that series of events that as of a couple days ago, this was actually in the SR&R? as
Ye-
posted?
Yes, it was. It was changed about, I guess it was last Thursday, to reflect our current non-discrimination policy, Policy 1450. After, as Mr. Wilson suggested, after some discussion with a number of board members who found fault with the process and the way it was handled, and I think rightly so, the chair and I made the decision to go back to the original proposed language, and then should a board member wish to entertain a motion to update it to reflect the current language, they could do so. So that's exactly the way the process happened.
Okay. So I do want to share with the public, and including those in Braddock District who have been writing to me all day today and trying to understand what this meant. I'm going to simply offer a humble apology. It's regrettable that what you've heard after hours and hours of debate is that essentially Mr. McElveen's amendment is simply pro forma, updating a student rights and responsibilities document that includes identical language to what this school board already committed to doing, in which we were told last year was necessary to comply with federal law. So sadly, what's happened here tonight is a lot of public consternation, board consternation over, as you've heard Dr. Garza confirm, it's pro forma language. We're not going to be doing anything differently other than having the SR&R reflect what already exists as school board policy. And so I do want my colleagues to understand that last year, I believed it was, number one, the right thing to do, and number two, it was to comply with federal law. This amendment from Mr. McElveen should have been put in last year to the SR&R. It should have pro forma been put into this year's language. My comments tonight have all been about public transparency, that the public has been left confused. All that being said, I wanted on the record for everyone to understand, I voted to postpone this for 2 weeks till we could meet on June 30th because I wanted to help the public better understand what had transpired, to avoid the public's concern that something was being done in a less than transparent way. But the reality is I still was elected to have to govern and to have to make the best decisions possible. And this is pro forma language. And so I will be voting in support of Mr. McElveen's amendment only because it is pro forma language. There's nothing different in it than what I voted for last May. There's nothing that will change that's different other than that, yes, we are having it reflected in the student rights and responsibilities. Do I regret how this is being handled tonight? Without question. And will I have to try and spell this out as carefully as I can to the Braddock District community? Absolutely. But I have to also honor the policy that I voted in support of last year, and this is pro forma language that reflects that.
Ms. Evans?
I just wanted to answer your question, Ms. McLaughlin, about the SR&R. Last year, I'm not sure why it was so early, but we took final action on the SR&R the same night that we approved the non-discrimination policy. The non-discrimination policy was 4.01. We approved it and then immediately went to the SR&R for final action, 4.02. So there was not time to turn it around unless someone had immediately created a new amendment. So I believe the timing on that was why it was not in last year. If it had been at this time, there would have been time to incorporate it.
Ms. Huff has a go back. I think I would like to just speak though first. So just in response to Mr. Wilson, I do appreciate, Mr. Wilson, that you have been working hard to try to have a longer conversation about this. But my comments were really about, as Dr. Garza said, that the board's process and the ability of the board to together process this amendment to the SR&R we did not take that opportunity when we had it on May 9th at our work session, and we could have. Any one of us could have said, wait a minute, this language doesn't reflect our policy, and we didn't. It went over our heads too, all of us. So I felt like, well, here we have language. If we ask staff to take responsibility for making that amendment, then staff's going to be on the hot seat probably unfairly, because we could also have made the change ourselves. So I felt that we as a board should take some ownership for making that amendment, and we've now had at least 2 hours of conversation about it, so I feel like we have discussed it as a board. My own feeling is that it is housekeeping, that this is exactly the language that we passed last year with significant public participation, so I don't feel like we need to relitigate that policy, and I don't think, that's why I don't feel like we need additional public participation for tonight's vote. If a board member wants us to reconsider and our policy decision of last spring, any board member can bring that forward, can bring forward a proposed amendment to our policy, can do that at any time, and we can have that conversation. But that's not what we're doing tonight. So, Ms. Huff?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused. Maybe Ms. McLaughlin got some answers to her original questions 2 hours ago, where we were talking about women and sports and activities and gender identity, and we don't have to rehash it, but I'm actually really quite confused, because we have not answered any of the questions we have for what this means for our students, except to say that it was a policy that we're putting into regulation. We should have done it before, regardless of whether we should have done it before, because we always put words from non-discrimination policy into regulation, does not mean that we continue doing so when the language gets a whole lot more complicated and we can't even define one of the words in the regulation. And so again, I don't know where you got more clarification in the last 2 hours, but I know I didn't.
Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to respond?
Yes, I appreciate Ms. Huff asking the question for getting greater clarity, because there may be others who are trying to understand it as well. What I do understand is that this language in this amendment is simply clarifying what the board has already set as policy, which is that, and the key word at the end is it says, as required by law. Now, Ms. Huff, you brought up the question about sports teams, and you're absolutely correct that as a school system, we now need to talk about the regulations of if we're committing ourselves not to discriminate and also to not deny benefits and not to exclude from participation. That was a policy we voted on last May in identical terms, and now it's saying this is the student's right as well. So it's our policy that we protect for this, and it's their right to know that they are protected for this. You're correct, Ms. Huff. We don't know. Then, as required by law, what does that mean? And I plan to speak to it at the main motion about the SR&R. In terms of maybe some of the concerns that you had voiced about what is gender identity, as I understand gender identity, it's the identity in which a student, it's the gender in which they identify with. So I actually don't have the same lack of clarity about what the school system means by that. I mean, it's how a student identifies with which gender, that is what gender identity means. In terms of application of the policy that we voted on in support of last year, in terms of application of what these rights and responsibilities are, which is again identical language, we are still in need of everything I spoke of in the very beginning of the night, that we need to have the consultation with the national consultant. We need to have Dr. Garza's leadership team bring to us and bring to our community how they will implement through regulation these rights as well as this policy protection. So if I felt that Mr. McElveen's language is doing something differently than what the policy is, but has been pointed out earlier this evening, everything we voted on last May is exactly what his amendment's saying. It really is pro forma language, and it's unfortunate that both you and I and many other board members, as Mr. Wilson quoted Ms. Hines even as our chair, was not certain necessarily that there was clarity from the board. So you and I voted in support to postpone the motion so there'd be clarity for the community and clarity for all the board members. What clarity I did get tonight is this language looks exactly like what we already put in place and nothing's changing. Now it's a matter of we're still a year later and we don't know how any of this is going to affect the implementation piece, and we are still needing to have that. But as required by law is what this amendment's saying, and I do believe in doing things as required by law.
Okay.
Well, I just want to finish since she was
Sure.
answering. Thank you, and thank you for the clarity. But, and I appreciate your definition of gender identity as something someone identifies themselves as either gender, but there is a gender identity where you don't identify as any gender, and it goes on. And to protect our children's rights and our students' rights, we need to be able to define that for our students as we hold them accountable to their rights.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we will vote on Mr. McIlvain's proposed amendment as detailed in the agenda item. I will not reread it. All those in favor of amending the SRNR as Mr. McIlvain has proposed, please raise your hand. Derenak Kofax, McIlvain, Strauss, Corbett Sanders, Evans, Hines, Moon, McLaughlin, and Palchik. Those opposed? Huff, Wilson, and Schultz. The motion passes. So now we are back to the main motion, which is to adopt the students' rights and responsibilities as amended. I'm hoping there's no further conversation. Well, I shouldn't say that. Is there further conversation? Yes, Ms. McLaughlin.
So as I alluded to just briefly earlier to my colleague, Ms. Huff, and I do want the community to hear this. We're over a year now that we assured the public that what we were doing was by law and also by principle the right thing to do, that we don't believe in discrimination. However, we now are a year later, and as many of my colleagues have raised, there is language in both the policy update as well as in the rights and responsibilities that we need to have clarity for the public to understand. We need clarity for the board to be able to understand. So what does that mean in terms of how we are going to handle anything, including what Ms. Huff brought up earlier? How do we handle our sports teams? Earlier I mentioned to our general counsel, what is the Virginia High School League's policy on the participation of students in terms of if they identify as transgender? And it's my understanding that the Virginia High School League does it on a case-by-case basis. Those are things that are really important for us to be able to have somewhere available on our website so that our entire community can understand. This is new. We're wrestling with something tonight that the country as a whole is wrestling with. We have 11 states that have filed a lawsuit against the federal government. This is not our finest moment in terms of how the country is not understanding what all of this means. And so I do hope, Dr. Garza, the reason I wanted to speak to this is I really implore you as our superintendent, and I'm imploring my colleagues on the board tonight, we have got to, at our soonest available opportunity, to clarify for the public when do we anticipate that this school system will help outline what does this policy, what does this right and responsibility change mean in terms of our practices? Because a year ago we were told we handle things on a case-by-case basis. And if that's still the case, then we need to make that clear for our families. But I, as a school board member, I am getting questions from people saying, Megan, what does it mean for your bathrooms? What does it mean for your locker rooms? What does it mean for your sports team participation? And I think it's really important that we be able to speak intelligently to that. So Ms. Hines, I apologize. I wanted to explain that I am going to support the SRNR tonight, and I'm not even going to get into the can of worms of some things I think still need to be improved in the SRNR. That's for another year. But I really do, I wanted it on the record tonight that I think because this amendment is there, it's really time that we commit ourselves to bringing information to each other and to the community.
Okay. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this board has not been included in any conversations with staff about the development of regulations with regards to gender identity that I know of. This board has not been allowed to review information that may have been provided by the consultant hired by the school system, as far as I'm aware of. I'm not sure why the board or the community would expect that they would be adequately involved in the development of subsequent regulations. And in fact, I guess I would say that if the community wants to know, your best bet is to look up the Dear Colleague letter issued by the Justice Department and refer to it as examples of policies and emerging practices for supporting transgender students, and read through it. Because I think without any involvement in the by the community, or frankly this board, the development of regulations is in fact staff responsibility. That's where we're headed. I see no light in this process. And frankly, given the fact that my colleagues were not even willing to delay a couple of weeks to allow a conversation with our communities, to have a conversation with staff, I see no reason why we should expect a robust, open conversation going forward, which leaves, frankly, the only thing us to look at is what has been produced, and that's been produced by the Justice Department and the Department of Education through the Dear Colleague letter and examples of policies and emerging practices. Maybe, we haven't discussed that either, so I don't know what we can rely upon if we vote for this S&R, R&R as amended. I don't know that we would have any expectations. And so I would urge my colleagues to vote no, because now the only way we can assure that is if we don't vote for the S&R as amended. I would have preferred that to just delay the amendment itself, but now we're in a situation where we sort of have to throw the baby out with the bathwater in order to have conversations. I don't agree that the language is pro forma. Frankly, I think the discussion tonight proves the point that it's not pro forma. And in fact, oftentimes we will discuss what appears to be innocuous language in work sessions, and people will dig into it and have the kind of questions that we need to answer. I raised earlier the point that this language reflects age discrimination. And our policy not to disallow students from participation in school activities because of their age. We didn't discuss that. The only thing I hear is that it's pro forma. It's picking up the language from the policy from last year that this board approved. I still don't see any compelling reason to fear a conversation, to bring in constituents, to bring in expert policymakers. As people have pointed out, this is a conversation taking place around the country. We may not have all of the brain power that's available on these questions. We may actually have to talk to each other. It's just very disappointing because as a new board member, one of the things I was hoping to accomplish was to improve the process, because it's the process, frankly, that matters, right? When we observe our Congress who do nothing for an entire year and then produce an omnibus bill that no one can read because it's 4,000 pages, it's the process. There may be a lot of things in there that we agree with, but there's no process because no one can participate, so we feel like we've been disenfranchised of our government. And, we are charged to provide good governance. The supporters of this, of voting in favor of adopting the SNRs as amended have repeatedly said the process wasn't right. The process, we shouldn't do it this way. We made a real hash of it. Well, let's wait. We're here, it's 11:30 at night. Clearly, there's enough energy in the community that warrants that we delay, pick it up next board meeting, have a couple of conversations. We got hundreds of emails today about this conversation. I'm just, left dumbfounded that we can't seem to do it. And so I don't offer any optimism to members in this community that we're going to have adequate input from stakeholders, from professionals, from our consultant, from board members on how these regulations are going to be developed. The answers to our questions we will know when the regulation is promulgated, apparently. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Moon.
This is a repeat of what I said. I'm so sorry. This evening, I did not expect those who voted against our non-discrimination policy to vote for this anyway. Those who had been critical of non-discrimination policy, I had no illusion of expecting them to vote for this. And those board members who may be saying that we should have had regulations way before, it has taken way too long. They know exactly why it has taken this long. I'm going to support the main motion as amended.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and, Ms. McLaughlin, if you don't, I'd like to call for the vote. Is this? Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I just want to clarify something that Mr. Moon said, as if in case it might reference something from my statements. I'm not calling for why we don't have any new regulations. My statements were that the public wants to understand what does our policy update from last year mean in terms of our current practices. And the public, I think, still wants to understand, as we update the SR&R, what does this mean in terms of our current practices. So it's not about asking the superintendent to draft regulations when we know that there is still a lot of legal considerations that are going on. But right now, the public's asking us, what do we do right now? What have we been doing over the last year? And that's information that I think would be helpful to all of us. Since we are governors of the school system, we should be able to answer how we're handling it to date. That's all.
Okay, I will call for the vote, and the vote is on the SR&R. So the motion is that the school board adopt Regulation 2601.30P, Student Rights and Responsibilities, as amended and as detailed in the agenda item. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Durnett, Koufax, McIlvaine, Strauss, Corbett, Sanders, Evans, Hines, Moon, McLaughlin, Palchik. Those opposed, Huff, Wilson, and Schultz. The motion carries.
Madam Chair, may I have the floor to make a quick motion? I would like to make a motion that it's very, very late. We have a lot of work ahead of us to adjourn for the evening and pick this up at a subsequent meeting. I think we have a significant document that we need to consider in the wellness policy. It is approaching midnight. And I would like to delay this and adjourn for this evening.
That is not something we ever do. And as chair, I'm going to
Point
say
of order, the motion's been seconded.
Right, but I think that is in the discretion of the chair, so I am able to say no. We can go ahead and have a vote if you want. I just think it will waste time, honestly, and we're already at 11:30, and we do have other business to do.
The point of Robert's Rules of Order is to allow and facilitate the board's work.
I am asking
Okay.
our parliamentarian. So can you put your mic on?
Okay. I'm referring to Robert's Rules of Order, as I mentioned earlier, 10th edition. This is at page 227. It provides that a motion to adjourn is out of order while business is pending, and it lays out 3 conditions where it's out of order. One is when a time for adjourning is already established, and I understand there is a time for adjournment established already on your agenda at the end, if I'm correct. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Okay, okay, but it's established in the agenda, so I think that the chair would have the discretion to rule the motion to adjourn out of order.
I am going to rule it out of order. So the next item to be considered is 4.04, Student and Staff Health and Wellness Policy 5008. I call on Mr. McElveen for
Yes,
the
Madam
motion.
Chair. I move that the school board adopt policy 5008, student health and wellness policy as detailed in the agenda item.
Seconded by Ms. Evans. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I do agree with my colleagues that it's unfortunate we are dealing with this at such a late time tonight, because this has taken extensive work on behalf of our staff and our SHAC, and we greatly appreciate their work. And aligning this with the work that's been done on at the national level on the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act, and in compliance with other laws. And as we've learned from our committee itself, this is very much a model piece of work that other districts can draw from, particularly in the sections on wellness and on physical activity and things of that nature. Of course, we can always work on our healthy food and things like that. So with that, I wholeheartedly support this wellness policy.
Okay, I neglected to mention that Mrs. Schultz has some amendments, so probably before we get to further discussion, I should allow Mrs. Schultz to propose her amendments. Go ahead, Mrs. Schultz.
I'm sorry, are you asking me to propose all the amendments at the same time?
I think you can do them one at a time.
Okay, so you're asking me to read my first amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposed amendment, the first amendment, is that I move the motion by adding the words respect and collaboration with parents, parental engagement, to the policy in item 1C as follows. Encourage positive impacts created through continuous improvement of the interrelationship of a school's environment, respect and collaboration with parents, parental engagement, student health and learning, for the ironic motion of the evening.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Ms. Huff. Mrs. Schultz.
So I provided the explanation in advance to all of my colleagues. The entire purpose of this policy never actually mentions parents. And when it's students' health and wellness, I think that the parents are a pretty significant partner as the primary educators of their children. The first part of respect and collaboration with parents would be the division's responsibility, and then parental engagement would be the parents' responsibility. You can't have health and wellness of students without the division working with and being respectful and collaborative with parents. And you can't have health and wellness of students unless the parents are engaged.
Okay, Mrs. Huff, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I think it makes complete sense, and I hope we can support it.
Okay, Ms. Evans?
Yes, I want to thank Mrs. Schultz for trying to add the more reference to parents in the wellness policy. I'll note that a couple of Mrs. Schultz's proposed amendments were adopted by staff before tonight as being in keeping with the intent, and so those were incorporated. So I had no problems with those that the staff included. On this one, and I did write to Mrs. Schultz about my own view of her 5 different amendments. On this one, I have no problem with the intent, but I don't think it reads properly. So, you know, my recommendation was to add home environment after school environment. I think the way it reads, the amendment reads now, it simply doesn't, it doesn't work that way. So
I would gladly accept that as a friendly amendment to my amendment.
okay, well, I will propose that then, that rather than the, shall I make this a motion, Madam Chair?
Are you making a friendly amendment? Go
I
ahead
am
and
making a
tell
friendly
us.
amendment to say home environment.
Okay.
So rather than the words that are in here now, to say interrelationship of a school environment, comma, home environment, and then take it out. Let's see if that parses.
Yeah, just adding "and home environment" after school environment.
Mrs. Schultz, would it make sense to say interrelationship of school and home environment?
Either one, whatever floats your boat, Ms. Evans.
School environment and school and home. All right, school and home environment. That's my final answer.
Ms. Mulberg, can we make your job any more difficult? No, not on a friendly amendment.
I'm sorry.
But thank you.
Mr. Moon reminds me that we don't have friendly amendments. All right. So Ms. Corbett Sanders is seconding the friendly amendment in the event that we need a second.
School and home environment, I think will do it. So just add "and home."
Ms. Mulberg, right now it reads between the of a schools. It's just not loading. Okay. Well, at least something's technology's fault tonight.
Okay, I think we know what it is. And so are there any other comments to the, on the amendment as amended? Well, the amendment to the amendment. Are there any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the Ms. Evans' amendment to Mrs. Schultz's amendment. All those in favor of Ms. Evans' amendment? That seems to be unanimous. Thank you. Okay, any other comments then on Mrs. Schultz's amendment? Or did you want to speak more?
And now we're going to approve the amendment itself.
Yes, we would vote on the amendment as amended. Any other conversation? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment as amended? Derenak Kofax, McIlvain, Huff, Strauss, Corbett Sanders, Evans, Moon, Wilson, Schultz. Those opposed, Hines. The motion carries. Mrs. Schultz, you have another amendment?
So the next amendment that I have is, you know what, in the interest of time and collegial collaboration, I'm going to pull Amendment 2 based on my exchange with Ms. Evans. So and I'm respecting the people in the truck. I'm very, very sorry. Proposed Amendment 3, which is now Amendment 2. I move to amend the motion by deleting the words access and unavailable and adding the words assist with to the policy in item 4D1 as follows. Assist with information and access or referral to primary health care and behavioral care will be made available to all students.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Huff.
And the reason we had at our board work session, this was somewhat of a muddled conversation, and it seemed like we wrangled with it a little bit at the table. And really the question is whether or not we're providing access to primary health care and behavioral health care. And we really aren't. It's not being impeccable with our words. Really what we're doing is we're assisting students and families with the information or access to, in terms of getting them and referring them and getting them into the right hands. We don't provide and we don't create the access, and so I think that this is a greater degree of clarity and in intelligibility of the words and what we're actually responsible for.
Ms. Huff?
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Schultz bringing this forward. This is actually something I had brought up at the work session, because it's not just are we providing the access, but is that within our purview as the school system? There are opportunities to provide access, and we do so when we have those opportunities and when they're appropriate, and we should be doing that. But as a healthcare professional, I see people who have access to healthcare and who don't have access to healthcare, but we provide that healthcare. But as a school system, our job is to assist with that as is appropriate. I work with social workers all the time as a therapist, and that is what their job is. They're excellent at it. We have counselors that do that in their school, and if a child needs help with filling out a Medicaid form or a parent needs that we can help assist with that access. But I do not feel it's in our purview to say that we are going to provide access or referral in all circumstances. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Evans?
So I also made this suggestion to Mrs. Schultz. I don't think the beginning of this sentence is what's intended. I don't think it quite reads smoothly. Perhaps if it said, access, information, or referral to primary health care, that would work, or the word assistance rather than assist, because it's assistance will be made available.
I'll take assistance as another friendly amendment, but I'm hoping that we don't have to go through the friendly amendment, and I can just propose, I made a mistake. I actually meant to write assistance.
Oh, okay.
So it's just, yes, hey, Ms. Mulberg, can you help us? Great. Common sense.
Okay.
Well, with that, I guess I did have a question. I don't think this, I think this helps the intent, but I would be interested in, since this is something that went through a 3-year process, if staff wanted to let us know if they thought that this would be a significant difference in what was intended by staff and SHAC when they wrote it.
Okay, I don't know if we have anyone from staff right now who
Well,
can
I think
help us.
Dr. Lip might be able to help. I mean, Dr. Lip, I hate to put you on the spot, but if, oh.
I was distracting her, so you'll have to ask the question again. I apologize.
It's with Mrs. Schultz's amendment about to change access or referral to assistance with information and access or referral, if that would change the intent of that section or if that's clarifying. Okay, so I'm seeing it's fine. Okay.
Yes, that would be okay to do. It was mainly the intent of the committee to make sure we had access to resources and there were ways that our staff could help with referrals and to support services. Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? All right, all those in favor of making the Mrs. Schultz's initial proposed amendment number 3, please raise your hand. That is unanimous with Ms. Derenak Colfax and Ms. Palchik away from the table. Mrs. Schultz, you may continue.
So my previous proposed 4, which is now my proposed 3, I move to amend the motion by deleting 4E3 in the policy as follows. 4 policy E, health and safe school environment. 3, mentorship programs will be encouraged as a way to help students develop strong, safe, and trusted relationships with a respected adult.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Huff.
So this is really the only one this evening that's not, I think, clarifying. I was concerned about the nature of this, and I don't mean to put either Mr. Duran or Dr. Lip on the Dr. Duran, sorry, on the spotlight. But when I asked them at the end of the work session, we sort of kind of completed the work session a little quickly, what this actually meant. There wasn't a lot of clarity to really what this meant and what SHAC intended. And the reason I have a concern about this is mentorship programs for whom, at what grade level, what grades, who is going to be doing the mentoring, when is it going to be happening, during school, after school, where is it going to be happening, and to see, with a respected adult who's a staff member. Is this in concert with, parental authorization? This is just a very nebulous statement, and I'd be more than happy to have this pulled out and brought back to us later with a clarification from SHAC, but there wasn't time. But this is somewhat convoluted, and I think leaves it very open when we're exploring something new like a health policy to just put out there that we're going to create mentorship programs for your child with a respected adult and not really go into any depth of explanation of what that means. And I think this is just too murky to put out in a policy without a good level of discussion and clarification with us as a board.
I have some board members who would like to speak. Ms. Huff? Yes, Ms. Huff, and then Ms. Strauss, and then Mr. McElveen.
Thank you. I think that it makes sense to pull it out as a regulation. It was something, we had dealt with a similar one at a work session on this, where it does just make sense where we separate what's an enactment of what our ideas and our policies are. And I don't know if Dr. Garza has a comment on this or not. No.
Ms. Strauss?
This one I would rather keep in. I've supported all the other amendments that Ms. Schultz has brought, which I think were all very sensible. This may not be the best place to put in a policy, but I know the people that worked on this, the idea of mentorship programs, we have traditionally had a lot of them in the school system, and they have been appropriately implemented. And for an awful lot of kids, the ability to have an adult mentor has been very important. So I understand the intent of the people who worked on this wellness policy, and I do support the intent, so I don't support taking this language out. Thanks.
Mr. McElveen?
So I concur with Mrs. Strauss. I think there was work that went into this to have it there, and in addition, as my colleagues will recall, we just heard from our student leadership development program participants that mentorship is something they want to improve in our school system, and so we need to continue to focus on that.
Okay, Ms. Evans?
Yes, and as I said also to Mrs. Schultz on this one, my default position for most of the wellness policy, because of the 3 years that went into it, is to support what was done unless there is a really good reason to change it or remove it. So I'm not going to support this removal.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, I too would prefer to keep the mentorship. I would maybe use the term mentoring programs will be encouraged as a way to help students develop strong, safe, and trusted relationships with a respected adult, because it is a extra adult in a child's life providing a positive influence that we're encouraging here. And so this one I do believe that we need to keep in. And it's a policy, it's not the regulation giving the specifics of how.
Mr. Press?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will echo the support for, well, actually not the support, the opposition to this motion, because I believe that this is a critical piece of what we should be doing as a system. I think Mr. McElveen was right on. Our students feel very strongly about this. This is a framework that they have been looking to put in place for a long time. And while I agree that the nitty-gritty details of this should be included in the regulation, I think in the policy we have the prerogative to include it, and therefore I do not support removing it. I would be cognizant of the fact that 3 years of work were put into this document, a lot of deliberate thought, and I think that this document really does reflect the will of a broad representation of our community that's out on SHAC, and any other public comments that were included. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Schultz, did you want to go back?
Just a quick go back. You know, when we were talking, and Dr. Dorano, Dr. Love, if you care to comment, this really is regulation level. This isn't policy. Policy is, you know, what we want to do. Regulation is how we do it. And, you know, I don't want to out you, but, you know, we sort of tacitly agreed with one another that this is really a little bit more regulation. So I don't know if you care to comment. It's late, I know, but it is more regulatory in nature.
The committee did have an extensive conversation about this, and we did see that some members of the committee did think it should go in regulation, but as the committee really delved into it, the majority of them wanted it to be in policy so that it could be guaranteed that we would have some form of mentorship. But there was an extensive discussion. Some of the committee, some of the staff felt it should go in regulation, but the majority discussion voted to have it go into the policy.
And did the committee contemplate at what ages or what grades mentorship programs are appropriate? I mean, are we talking about, elementary school students? I'm just wondering why it wasn't codified in any way about something being educationally or academically, curriculum-wise appropriate.
There was beginning discussions on that, but because this is just the policy, the committee decided to make sure this statement was in the policy, and then when we get into regulation, to do exactly what you just asked. So no, it did not extensively do it at this time.
I guess if I had known that, I guess if we had had time, I may have said something, added something to this that would have said at a grade appropriate level. And so if this doesn't pass, I may reintroduce this at a grade appropriate level, or if somebody wants to comment now that they're not going to go there whatsoever, then.
Friendly amendment to your own amendment.
I'm sorry?
Just make a friendly amendment to your own amendment.
Well, if nobody will contemplate it, and I don't care that it's late, because we had the opportunity to walk away from this, and everybody said they wanted to stay, so we're staying.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I basically support keeping it in, because when I look at really many of the policy sections, they all sort of read this way. It's sort of high level, here's what we're recommending. And so it's that mentorship program is, we're saying it's encouraged as a way to help students, blah, blah, blah. And then how we actually implement and provide mentorship opportunities through the system will be the regulation approach. So I would support Ms. Schultz if she decides to just do a friendly amendment change, or that basically just has the language, so it's not that we delete it and move it, it's just that the language should just say mentorship programs, age-appropriate mentorship programs will be encouraged.
Okay, the motion on the table is to strike it completely. The maker of the motion can withdraw the motion, I assume.
Or she can also accept my friendly amendment, which
the
would be
maker
modify
of the motion can withdraw the motion, and I guess she can substitute it with something else if she wishes. Is that correct?
Okay, so I will accept.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that's correct. I want to do this correctly. Can the maker of the motion withdraw the motion and then replace it with something else right away? Is that what you want to do? Or do you want to just leave it on the...
with
Ms. McLaughlin, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get an answer to this question. Mrs. Schultz, this is your motion. Do you want us to vote on it, or do you want to change it, and then I'll find out what you can do?
Yeah, I think we have precedent from a motion that we just did earlier. I'm happy to have a friendly amendment to my motion, which restores the language and adds age appropriate.
So it's not, right.
Mentorships will be encouraged as a way to, no, I'm sorry. Age appropriate mentorships. So just adding that phrase at the beginning of the sentence.
So I think Mrs. Schultz has just substituted her motion with another one, which is age-appropriate mentorship programs, and then the rest continues. Okay, so that is the one. Is there a second? I think we have to probably have a second for the substitute. Ms. McLaughlin seconds. Can we go ahead and vote on that? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Huff, Strauss, Corbett Sanders, Evans, Moon, Wilson, McLaughlin, and Schultz. Those opposed, Hines, with Ms. Derenak Kofax and Ms. Palchik and Mr. McElvain away from the table. Mrs. Schultz, you have another amendment?
Madam Chair, I hate to be a delayer, but I think that has to be voted one more time because there was a substitute motion to her amendment. Now that becomes an amendment, so we need to vote again, otherwise.
Okay. Okay, so now we will vote on the amendment itself. Is that right, Mr. Moon? Okay, all those
Yes,
in
ma'am.
favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Huff, Strauss, Corbett Sanders, Evans, Moon, Wilson, McLaughlin, Schultz. Those opposed, Hines, with Derenak, Kofax, McElvain, and Palchik away from the table. Go ahead.
Previously, my Amendment 5 proposed, now my Amendment 4. I move to amend the motion by adding the words voluntary and with parental consent to the policy item 4F4, Roman numeral 4F4, as follows. For policy F, school counseling, school psychology services, and school social work services. 4, the use of, insert the word voluntary, student surveys with parental consent and other data sources will be used to inform suicide prevention efforts.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mrs. Strauss. Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, this is again speaking to the nature of the role of parents as the primary educators of their children and ensuring, and we had a pretty big misstep as a division last year with one student survey, and it was unintentional, but this is, I think, important in a health and wellness survey to memorialize that student surveys are not going to be compelled, that any participation by a student would be voluntary, and that it would also be, due to the nature of the content and the fact that a vast majority of our students are minors, that it would be done with parental consent.
Mrs. Strauss?
Yes, I support that. Our current policy and practice is that surveys are only, they are voluntary and there is parental consent and with the opportunity for parents to see what the survey is. So that is the current policy and reg. If there's a mistake in the past, there has been a mistake. But this reflects what is currently done.
Dr. Garza, did you want to clarify?
Yes, I would like to clarify, just so that the board has all the information. We currently do not require parental consent. We allow for parents to opt out. And I think that's what you mean, but there is a distinction because we don't require an affirmative approval. We do notify parents and they can opt their child out. And I think that's, I just want to make sure.
Before Dr. Garza, before you give the students a survey, you notify the parents, and the parents have the opportunity to opt their children out, that is parental consent. Because if they've chosen not to opt their children out, they've given consent.
Okay, if we could just kind of maintain order. Dr. Garza, are you finished with your?
Well, yes, I just want to make sure that we're clear that the board does not intend for us to get permission for every survey. I understand the parent opt-out that's currently in our policy.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. I have some other speakers. Ms. Evans?
Yes, this does give me some concern for that reason. I would not want it to be construed that way. Also, I do have a question about a student who wants to confidentially go to someone for help and perhaps does not want to involve their parent. Would this prevent them from doing that? I would not want students to be in any way inhibited from seeking help without parental consent. So that's one question I have. The youth risk survey, do we ask for parental consent, or is that an opt-out as well, or neither?
It's an opt-out.
It's an opt-out. So I do have a problem with saying with parental consent. To my eye, that suggests affirmatively. So I would not
Ms.
support the
Evans-
language
I'm
as...
sorry, Mrs. Schultz, I will
would
give
not
you a
s-
chance to speak.
I
will.
would not support the language as written for those reasons. But if anyone has an answer about what this might do to a student who wanted to seek, this talks about suicide prevention efforts. I certainly wouldn't want to in any way inhibit a student from seeking help.
Okay, and Ms. Schultz, you will have a chance to answer that question, but I have Ms.
A point of
Corbett
personal
Sanders.
privilege.
I have Ms. Corbett Sanders, who's been
Point-
waiting to speak.
Point of personal privilege. I'd like to amend the language to prior parental notification in light of Dr. Garza's.
I'm sorry, I have to ask the parliamentarian again. I had a speaker waiting to speak. Do I interrupt the flow of the business because Mrs. Schultz asked for a point of personal privilege to amend her motion? No, I really, if there's a person waiting to speak, I want them to be able to speak. I think the question is whether Mrs. Schultz's point of privilege is a point of privilege. She's asking to amend.
I have to say that my quick perusal of my bound volume didn't find anything on points of personal privilege. An internet search indicated that points of personal privilege are typically used to address issues of the environment of the meeting, not to amend an existing motion. That's not to say that it's not appropriate, but the examples I'm finding are, for example, if there's too much noise outside and you want to go address that, you would raise a point of personal privilege. So I don't know if that answers your question, Ms. Hines, but that's the guidance I've found so far.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well. Thank you. So I'm going to disallow the point of personal privilege. Ms. Corbett Sanders, would you like to speak?
I was just going to suggest that we could actually amend the language if Mrs. Schultz would allow it to read with parental opt-out, so that it just encapsulates the existing policy and one that seems to be supported by all.
Okay.
I do have one additional, which is I have a little bit of a question as to whether or not you need parental consent for access to other data sources. And does that create an impediment to a child who needs, who goes searching for other data sources in a time of crises? Just a question of how that works.
Okay, Ms. Corbett Sanders, can I take your question first? And would you restate it, and we'll see if there's anyone who can answer it right now.
When we, as written, where it says with parental consent, it reads the use of voluntary student surveys with parental consent and other data sources will be used to inform suicide prevention efforts. So my concern is that if a child is in crises and needs access to other data sources, do you first, as written here, does it require parental consent first? And that is a concern of mine because obviously with, if they're at suicide risk, then that would be an impediment. So I just want to know clarification on that.
Dr. Garza?
Just wanted to reiterate something I know that the board already is aware of, because I believe the intent Ms. Schultz is trying to make is already codified in policy. with regard to the opt-out of any survey. So, whether or not you approve or do not or not this amendment, we still do require notification and the ability for parents to opt out, particularly on issues that have to do with mental or psychological problems of the student or the family, which would cover suicide prevention type surveys.
So we currently allow for opt-out. Okay. All right, Mrs. Schultz.
So, while we allow for opt-out, and it may be memorialized someplace else, this is the health and wellness policy, and that's why I thought it was important. I don't think that opt-out is necessarily the right phrase, because it might not be opt-out. It might just be notification, which is why I was attempting to say, I think if we changed it from parental consent to prior parental notification, it covers both the cases when we're getting consent and the cases when they're getting opt-out, and doesn't necessarily compel us to get consent or limit us if we're in opt-out. So I think it would be reasonable to address Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Evans' concerns. And the other data sources, these are not data sources that the students are using, as I understand it. This is that the staff will use voluntary student surveys with parental consent and other data sources to inform them of suicide prevention efforts. It's not to inform the students, it's to inform staff. So I think, in all respect, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, I think the latter part is relatively moot. I mean, if you want to insert a comma, okay, but I don't think it really provides anything in terms of clarity. So if I was back to the point that we were making before, which is I think it's reasonable to amend, Ms. Mulberg, you're gonna, I don't have enough money to pay you overtime for as hard as we're working you tonight, but if you wouldn't mind, I'm submitting a, I don't even know what it is anymore. I am amending my own language. Prior parental consent. I'm substituting my language. I'm not substituting the motion.
I'm sorry.
And we don't have to vote on it twice.
Could I just want to be clear. The phrase "with parental consent" that you have in there now, you want to change
changing parental consent to prior parental notification.
With prior parental notification. Okay, that I think is a substitute motion. Is there a second for the substitute motion? Seconded by Ms. Strauss. Can we have it before we start talking about it? Is it up behind me? Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the substitute motion? Ms. Evans.
So I appreciate the amendment. I still am not going to support this because I just don't want to see any barrier to a student seeking help for suicide.
Any other comments? Yes, Ms. McLaughlin.
Ms. Evans, I know it's extremely late, but I wanted to make sure there's just a little clarity here. None of this has to do with services at all. I know the title might make it sound like it, but all this one number 4 is saying is it's the use of surveys and other data sources to inform student suicide prevention efforts. So this particular number 4 has nothing to do with students getting access to behavioral health services. It's just only about the use of surveys. That's it.
Mr. Press, did you want to add something? Or, I'm sorry, you had your hand up before.
I'll comment on the main motion. I'm still a little bit unclear as to what the substitute motion is or the amendment is doing. So I will hold off on my comments for now unless it's...
Okay, thank you. Mr. McElveen.
I concur with Ms. Evans on this.
Oh, one more go back, Ms. McLaughlin.
Well, I mean, given that my colleague, Mr. McElveen, concurs with Ms. Evans, I think we should just ask Dr. Lipp, would you mind just clarifying that number 4 for this amendment is specifically just saying it's the use of surveys and other data sources to inform suicide prevention efforts on behalf of staff in the school system?
That was the intent.
Yeah, so there's nothing here about students accessing mental health services. It's our school system staff using surveys and other data sources to inform their work on suicide prevention efforts. It's a really good addition, and I hope people will support it.
I will say for myself that I don't think that's clear, though, in the language. I think it's possible to read this to say that for individual students, the efforts that we make to protect an individual student from suicide would be limited by this. So I'm concerned about making this change at this point after, again, you know, the committee spent a long time working on this language. And I'm afraid that this does complicate and confuse me some, so I'm probably not going to support it. Mrs. Schultz, one last go back, if that's okay.
So I'm sorry, I'm still looking at this language. The first one says the division will create. The second one says the school division will. The third one says school officials will. Then it says the use of surveys. Are people that conflicted that we need to add school officials will or the school division will? Because you've just heard from our Assistant Superintendent of Special Services that this is intended to be talking about staff. So, Ms. Mulberg, I'm putting you into quintuple overtime. I'm going to ask you to please insert the school division in confirmation with what Dr. Lip just said, because we're intending that the school division be informed by the voluntary student surveys and other data sources to help the school division prevent suicide. We're not asking the kids to prevent their own suicide through their participation in a survey and data sources. We're informing staff on how they can collect information to better help prevent suicide. And if that clarity will help my colleagues, I will yet again substitute or add language, which is the school division, which would comport with, and you could pick. I don't care if it's the division in number 1, the school division as it is in number 2, or school officials as it is in number 3. So I picked number 2 by random.
Okay, so if I understand what we're doing here, Mrs. Schultz has offered another substitute motion. And I'm not sure what it is yet. Is the language behind us on the screen?
The school division will use voluntary student surveys and other data sources to inform suicide prevention efforts.
And leaving prior parental notification in there? Leaving prior parental notification in there? Okay, so does that mean that the school system can only use that data with prior parental notification? Because that's how it reads.
Prior parental notification, Chairman Hines, has to do with the use of voluntary surveys. So put in the commas where you want if it helps you make sense, but the idea is that you're not going to survey kids without the knowledge of their parents. And whether it's opt-out or notification or whatever, but the prior parental notification is a modifier, if you will, to voluntary student surveys.
Okay, is there a second for the new substitute motion?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Huff. Okay. Any conversation? Ms. Huff, would you like to speak to it? Anyone else?
No, I just think it should be clear that parents are notified when their kids take a voluntary survey.
Okay, well, I would say again, I don't think this clarifies it for me. I think the fact that we already do allow parents to opt out of any kind of survey kind of covers us here. And because this, just for me, this continues to confuse me, I'm not going to support it. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Press?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo your comments. I think that this provides a great deal of ambiguity. I'm still confused about what exactly the problem is we're trying to solve. I think the fact is this isn't going to change anything in practice. I think the initial language was fine. I think it prescribed exactly what we're doing already. I think the parental notification piece is for the most part being done anyhow. Parental opt-out is in policy, and I don't think that this is making any substantial change. And if it is, I oppose it. So I don't support this substitute motion. I don't support the motion that this is substituting. I don't propose the original motion that that's an amendment to.
Okay, well, let's stick with the substitute motion that we have on the table. Thank you, Mr. Presto. Let's go ahead and have a vote then of those who support this latest substitute motion. If you support it, please raise your hand. It'll be Huff, Wilson, McLaughlin, and Schultz. Those who are opposed, Dernak, Koufax, McIlvain, Strauss, Corbett, Sanders, Evans, Hines, Moon, and Palchik. So that substitute amendment fails. Then as I understand it, Ms. Malberg, Mrs. Schultz's proposed amendment 5 fails, correct? We don't have to go back to, because she has substituted motions, we don't have to go back to any of the original motions. Okay. All right, Mrs. Schultz, thank you. I think that was the end of your proposed amendments. So I will read, I move that the school board adopt policy 5008, student health and wellness policy, as detailed in the agenda item and as amended. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Evans.
Thank you. This is a, I know it's late at night, but I can't let this pass without comment. This is a monumental piece of work that has been done over the course of 3 years. The breadth and depth of what is accomplished here is amazing. I think this will move student health, physical and mental health, forward very significantly. So it's a phenomenal piece of work and will make a huge impact on the health and lives of our children. So I want to congratulate both staff and SHAC and Mr. Press. I know you were very involved both as a member of SHAC and also as a member as our student representative. So I know this is a big day for you too. It's great coming as it does at the end of your term. I, of course, am particularly grateful of the recognition for the importance of sleep to student physical and mental health, and as well as the stated desire to have the school system continue to work to make sure that our school start times are as healthful to student physical and mental health and to learning. I think we can all appreciate that this is included in our wellness policy and that this is something that we will continue to strive for. So I just wanted to say congratulations, and even though this is not going to take us very long to pass, I didn't want us to not mark this because this is a real milestone for our school system.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. You are right about that. Mr. Press, then Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get the distinct honor of being the first person to violate this policy as it relates to the sleep and rest component, being here until 12:30 in the morning. No, ditto, Ms. Evans. I think you hit the nail right on the head. This really is a monumental moment for the board, and I could not be prouder of the work that went into this, not only from the SHAC, but from the community stakeholders, the medical experts who made their voice heard on this. I think this really does mark a crowning achievement for something that this board has been working towards for a very long time. I think this policy will go a long way into showing that this board and leadership team and FCPS as a whole is committed to the health of the whole child and not just the child that we see from 8 to 4. So I want to thank all of the community members who made their voice heard on this, for SHAC for their extremely hard work over these 3 years, for staff for putting such great time and effort into this and overcoming the hurdles that came your way. And I want to again thank this board for considering this, and I hope it is passed.
Okay, Ms. McLaughlin.
I just do want to thank everyone who worked for 3 years on this, and everything that we know from brain research and mental health is that if we do not make a concerted effort to work to reduce student stress, anxiety, and lack of sleep, they will not be able to perform at optimal levels. So this health and wellness policy is absolutely essential and in keeping with what I believe is the belief system of this board, and certainly has been a leading effort on our superintendent. So I'm encouraged by tonight's opportunity to finally memorialize it.
Okay. The motion again is to adopt policy 5008, student health and wellness policy as detailed in the agenda item and as amended. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Okay, item 5, our consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. 5.01, approve the minutes of the January 21, 2016 regular school board meeting. 5.02, award of contract, boiler replacement at Stone Middle School. This item has actually been removed from the agenda. 5.03, award the contract for the automatic temperature control system replacement at Woodley Hills Elementary School to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Advanced Power Control, Inc., in the amount of $395,500, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 5.04, award the contract for the boiler replacement project at Bryn Mawr Park Elementary School to Centennial Contractors Enterprises, Inc., in the amount of $255,095.21, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. Item 6, new business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. 6.01, appoint individuals to serve for a one-year term ending June 30, 2017 on the adult and community education, advanced academic programs, career and technical education, human relations, minority student achievement, oversight, school health, and students with disabilities advisory committees as listed in the agenda item. Approve the appointment, item 6.02, approve the appointment of Michael Burke to the ERFC Board of Trustees for a one-year term beginning July 1, 2016. Item 6.03, approve the reappointment of Susan Quinn, Kristen Michael, and Marty Smith to the ERFC Board of Trustees for a one-year term beginning July 1, 2016 and ending June 30, 2017. Item 7, superintendent matters. I call on Dr. Garza.
I pass, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board committee reports. We have one report from Mr. Moon on governance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, 2 days ago, now it's 2 days ago, Wednesday, June 8th, the governance committee met to discuss work and nature of potentially new advisory committee to be known as Human Resources Advisory Committee. We also discussed about upcoming school board retreat in July. We had discussion on, I think this is like a third or fourth time, discussed about naming rights and sponsorship policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. So next on the agenda, item 9 is board matters. In the interest of time, I would ask board members, unless there's something, an announcement that's of significance and time sensitive, that we try to be very quick. So I will begin with Ms. Palchik.
I will pass. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
If anyone's still awake, I just want to tell my families and the students who will be graduating, as well as actually prom for many of my Braddock District high schools this weekend, please help your children stay safe, make good choices, and know that we're looking forward to celebrating this remarkable and wonderful milestone in your children's lives over the next week or two.
Mr. Moon?
Madam Chair, I'm in a no position to compete against my colleague, Mr. McElveen, in number of graduations he's attending. He's attending 24. I cannot do that this year.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, I did want to announce that we do have 2 vacancies in the Facilities Planning Advisory Committee, one for the Drainsville District and one for the Providence District. So for those of you who are up and watching us tonight in Drainsville and Providence, you are the people we're looking for. So please do apply, and we would welcome your application. And other than that, I just want to congratulate all of our graduates.
Ms. Corbett Sanders?
Yes, I want to echo Ms. McLaughlin's remarks about all of our students that are preparing for prom and graduation to make smart choices, but also to enjoy these wonderful celebrations of life that you're going to be involved in. They will make lifelong memories, positive, I hope. And secondly, I would like to give warm wishes to the 50-year reunion of Groveton High School this weekend.
Ms. Strauss?
I'll pass, thank you.
Ms. Huff?
Pass.
Mr. McElvain?
Pass.
Ms. Derenak Kofax?
Congratulations to all our graduates, and good night.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is adjourned.